From the Rexworth penthouse, away from Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth estate, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth. I welcome you to our Saturday stream. I've only been awake for about an hour or two. I am subsisting off of gamer sups and a bowl of cereal. It was a big bowl. I mean, in my defense. Anyway, going to be doing some just chatting, video reacts. I've got epic amount of tabs open here that really need to be closed out somehow, some way, eventually. And we will. Rosso, hello there. Good, sober and awake, lol, yes. I woke up there about maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, and it was just me and Resort in VC, and we chatted a bit, and then finally I think we both decided, yeah, it's late. Bars are closed. We should be going to sleep, the both of us. So we logged off in the night. Yeah, but anyways, hope everybody had a fun time hanging out. Again, I don't really remember a whole lot of what I said. So if I said anything stupid or ungentlemanly or embarrassing towards anyone, I do apologize.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Ah, yes. The one thing I forgot to have today. Thank you for that redeemed serenity. Welcome in. Andy, welcome in as well. It was funny and adorable in my opinion. Well, I'm glad you think so. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Andy. Already way ahead of you. There may have been a marriage joke or two. Oh, goodness! Did I propose to create a harem of some kind? Gosh, that's going to complicate things, isn't it? Anyway, right. So, yeah. So what we're going to be doing today, we've got, I've got a bunch of different tabs, some YouTube videos we can take a look at. Not the normal daily dose of internet type things. Going to be looking at more travel related stuff. That seems to be the big winner and what people enjoy seeing whenever I do video reacts. And of course I love travel. And I love talking about and exploring ideas of living sort of a digital nomad or international lifestyle. And I'm always happy to share all of this. Plus I got a few things in the watch category that we can take a look at. So, why don't we get started with the usual housekeeping notes? Harem where? Is that? Are you interested in submitting an application, Serenity? The marriage joke, then lewd stuff, lol. Ah, yes. Hello, how are you? Doing all right, V? Doing all right? Good to see you. Good to see you as always. Who's going to make a harem? Hello? Yeah, I don't know. I guess in my drunken stupor, that we sort of accidentally created a harem. Of course, that almost sounds like the title for some sort of slice of life anime. Accidentally created a harem. I'm now married to multiple women. Help. It's the villain arc, Rex. Hey, Don. Welcome in. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good day. I mean, I'm down for it. Well, hey, all right then. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's some of the craziness that we get up to when we're all hanging out. In the Castle Rexworth Discord, which the link is now there in the chat. Streaming earlier, might get back to it later. Hey, that's fine. Let's see. Serenity, lol, damn, how many applications are needed? As many as it takes. We'll just leave it at that. Right, and then here's all of the links. Yes is the answer. Yes, yes. Whoa, Rex. What? Here's the links, everyone. In case you're not following me across all platforms, everything's there. LordRexworth.com, LordRexworth.com. Voice comms are open. Just buy me a coffee. Bacon is always the answer. Yes. If you bring to me a tribute of freshly cooked bacon, that might guarantee automatic admittance to the harem. I can be bribed with bacon. Damn, this man can work that voice. He's a gentleman, but damn. Was doing some baseball, might do some Wreckfest, not sure, but I'm just finishing lunch. Homemade pizza with bacon bits, hello, and crushed red pepper flakes. That sounds really good, Don. That sounds really, really good. You know what, Don? I was just thinking something that you and me and some other people, if they're interested, depending on how many players it'll support. Gosh, do you remember the old game Twisted Metal? I wonder if we could find like a multiplayer version of that can support more than 2 players, and that'd be fun just to be able to play that or some sort of destruction derby type of game where we all just get into monster trucks with Mad Max style weaponry and just proceed to try and blow each other's cars up. Saw a video with test answers and someone legit wrote that. Oh, bacon, okay, and I guess it got accepted. Can I cook your waffles? Yes, I do love a good Belgian waffle. Yes, Sweet Tooth running amok. Yes, oh god, I remember Sweet Tooth, the crazy clown head on top of the ice cream van. That's, gosh, that takes me back. And I've got a PlayStation Mini somewhere in storage that actually has the original Twisted Metal. I remember pulling that up and playing it. I'm like, man, this thing is old. In some ways, it has not aged very well, but in other ways, it's still as fun as I remember. Wreckfest is a bit of the same idea. No weapons, but the damage is unreal. Ah! Well, there we go then. May have to give Wreckfest a try, depending on how many players it'll support. I mean, if we can do some sort of mass multiplayer event, then that would be amazing. That would be more fun, I think, than Rocket League. And we won't tell Droid that I said that. But I'm sorry, kicking a soccer ball around, or a football, as it were. Yeah, I'd rather just be crashing cars into each other and just having a destruction derby. Just the primal instincts within me. So cook for the Lord and his heart is yours, noted. Yeah, you know what? Well, yeah, pretty much. Bed and breakfast. I think you mean breakfast in bed, don't you, Eddie? Which that also sounds lovely. Supports up to... Oh, my goodness. Supports up to 16 players. We can make an event out of that. We can make a community event out of that. Bacon. Explain the reasoning behind your answer. Bacon is always the answer. Had to leave to take medication because I'm sick at the current moment. Oh, no, V. I hope you feel better soon. Hope it's nothing too serious. Yes, breakfast in bed. Yeah. Yes. Sort of sit up in bed. Tray of Belgian waffles and eggs and bacon and toast and maybe even some beans on toast with some shredded cheese on top. I mean, you lay there, I get you food. I could get used to this arrangement. I really could. 16 on normal servers, but I think if you make a server, you can have up to 24. Hey, let's go. Now that is a destruction derby right there. Should not be only high temperatures and a lot of coughing, but yes, my throat hurts. Oh, I'm sorry, V. Tea with honey. Copious amounts of hot tea with honey to soothe the throat. Would be my recommendation. And let the medicine do its thing, and yeah, just the whole usual thing of keep warm, drink plenty of liquids, rest in bed, because yeah, that's also your body saying, okay, time to power down for a little bit and take it easy. All right, I guess I'm the manager of Lord Rexworth's Hedham now. Not sure how you managed to talk your way into that one, Serenity, but all right. I mean, it works. Can I get your robe, Rex? I have a robe, or I used to have a robe somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. I actually had a very nice teddy cloth robe from the Waldorf Astoria. And I don't know what happened to it. I should like to get another one, but unfortunately, I was able to take advantage of a discount many moons ago for that, and now I think it would cost some sort of ungodly amount, and that's if it's still available. But yes, I rather loved that that Waldorf Astoria robe. It's the same one that you get in the hotels, and now it has up and disappeared. And they have everything from taco trucks to manic buses to monster VW Beetles to semi-trucks that belong in hell along with regular cars. I'm liking the sound of this already. Tell you what, Don, if you don't mind, DM me a Steam link or an Epic Games link to this, and I'll check it out. And there's the Twitter right there that's just popping up in chat. So do make sure to give me a follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Yeah. Oh, on Steam, the modding community is major. Ah, that's good. Of course, a game like that, it sort of stands to reason, doesn't it? Anyway, let's go ahead and switch windows over here. When will Rex sing? Soon. I was actually thinking about that the other day. In fact, just yesterday I was mulling over some ideas. But there are some cover songs that I should like to sing. I had an idea a while back to sing the Ed Sheeran song Perfect, except have it set to a musical style of the song Bakamitai from Yakuza. When I suggested the idea to some people, they loved it. And now it's just a matter of getting the orchestrations and background music set so that I can actually sing it. I've got a fantastic microphone here with the Shure SM7B, but I just need the music. And people are going to hate me for the idea, but you know what? Don't care. I'm on a more limited budget, and honestly, I'm thinking of seeing what can be done with artificial intelligence to see what sort of music can be made. And I think a few of them I've seen have been quite good at what they're capable. You've been DM'd. All right, Don. Thank you. I'll take a look at it in a bit here. Someone's got to keep up with these girls. I'm good at keeping track of things. Indeed you are, Serenity. How many girls, Serenity? Yes. Yes, the answer is yes, Addy. Sing Despacito. Maybe. There's an idea. You'll need the garage for anything. Maybe. What we'd use it for, I've no idea. This man, lol. Let's see. Oh. And speaking of AI. Let's see. Where? Ah, here we are. Yes, you saw this if you were in the server. If you're in the server, you saw this. It was breaking news when it happened. But I don't know if any of you remember my video react that I did to the song Pimpzilla. There's now a sequel. There's now a sequel. Oh dear Lord. Yes? Do have a few high-end SUVs you can run with. Rex, have you ever given a lap dance before? I've never given a lap dance. I believe I've received a lap dance, though. But yes. This exists now, everyone. Let me pause the music. Because you have to hear this. It's so fucking hilarious.
The IRS was a vicious cunt. They watched Wall Street's demise, and they knew it wouldn't be long till Pimpzilla sold through their lies. They searched the world over far and wide for the greatest German minds they could find, to fashion them a weapon of pimp destruction to protect them from their bitch-ass crimes. He's Pimpzilla, and he wants his motherfucking money. Motherfucker.
He's Pimpzilla. Motherfucker.
The IRS was a greedy bitch. They kept Pimpzilla's cash.
And it's Captain Crunch.
Time to collect a return on that sweet ass. The IRS brought out their secret weapon, a mobile mountain of steel beam. Mecha Pimpzilla, the ultimate lizard killing machine.
Mecha Pimpzilla.
And he wants his motherfucking money. Motherfucker.
War of the Pimps.
Pimpzilla, yeah, motherfucker.
Not the Captain Crunch.
Mecha Pimpzilla threw lightning as his engine screamed. He opened up his jaws to launch his death ray beams. And the IRS rejoiced, they thought they had won. Pimpzilla was down, but he was only stunned. And he started to laugh, cause he thought that shit was funny.
It was funny.
How cruel their fate to underestimate how much Pimpzilla wants his fucking money. He's Pimpzilla, and he wants his motherfucking money. Motherfucker. He's Pimpzilla, oh yeah. Mother Pimpzilla threw lightning as his engine screamed. He opened up his jaws to launch his death ray beams. And the IRS rejoiced, they thought they had won. Pimpzilla was down, but he was only stunned. And he started to laugh, cause he thought that shit was funny. How cruel their fate to underestimate how much Pimpzilla wants his fucking money. He's Pimpzilla, and he wants his motherfucking money. Motherfucker.
He's Pimpzilla. Yeah. Motherfucker.
pan into the robot's face with the impact of an asteroid falling from space. And he picked up the office of the IRS like pulling a weed out of a lawn and threw it down on Mega Pimpzilla with the force of 10,000 atom bombs. Oh, yeah, he's Pimpzilla.
Yeah, what's his motherfucking money?
Motherfucker, he's Pimpzilla.
Pimpzilla, yeah, motherfucker.
Mega Pimpzilla and the IRS burning the hellfire they get, since every dollar they illegally collect only goes to pay the interest on the national debt. And Pimpzilla kept laughing as he walked to the bay, while the people cheered as he passed on his way. They were oppressed for generations, an entire nation, for there will be no taxation without representation. Pimpzilla, and he wants his motherfucking money. Motherfucker, he's
Pimpzilla, yeah, motherfucker. Who knew that Pimpzilla would be such a champion of the people? Oh my. Pimpzilla supports tax evasion. Oh, no, he's just a firm believer in no taxation without representation. Rex, do a cover, Pimpzilla. I just might. Rex rapping next. I don't know if I have the talent for that. I would like to sing some songs in Japanese. But yes, there's your sequel to Pimpzilla. You just rhymed, did I? Didn't even notice. Right, let's see. Yeah, speaking of taxation being theft and everything, you know what else is theft, chat? Inflation. That is one of the ultimate taxes on the poor and the middle and the working class. It's a form of theft perpetuated by central banks around the world because they can't seem to stop printing so much fucking money. And they also can't seem to keep themselves out of debt. But the good news is there are places you can go to in this world where no opportunity awaits, and also you can live quite comfortably on a much smaller budget. Vietnam is one of those places. Let me show you this video here.
So welcome to Da Nang, Vietnam's coastal gem. It's no longer a touristy place or a tourist hotspot, but it's a very popular destination amongst expatriates and digital nomads. From stunning beaches to its vibrant culture to the friendly locals, Da Nang offers a unique blend of modern amenities with traditional charm.
I think most people in the West, particularly Americans, tend to look at this, tend to look at the idea of Da Nang in the lens of about 50 or 60 years ago, thinking that Da Nang, Vietnam is still some sort of war zone. But as we just saw, and as we're seeing here in the background, Da Nang is actually a very cosmopolitan city. They repelled the foreign invaders and then proceeded to throw off the shackles of their oppressive modern communist origins and decided, you know what, we need to put our people to work and we'd like to make some money, live a good life. And that's exactly what they've done. And that's exactly what they're doing, as we're seeing here with our man, Ken Dung from Dung Global.
So let's find out what the cost of living in Da Nang in 2024 is. Let's go. So hello, my name is Ken Yung. For those who don't know me, I'm a 15-year experienced immigration and business attorney.
This guy goes hard. I mean, you saw Esquire and MBA at the end of his name, which means he is a solicitor or an attorney, and he also has a master's degree in business administration, which is, that's the big business degree that you go to whenever you go to graduate school. So, yeah, this guy goes hard, and he's built up quite a reputation for himself and had quite a successful career in the West. And having family originally from Vietnam, he decided to go back east and try his fortunes back here in the land of his ancestors.
That has helped thousands of people and companies to live, retire, invest in Vietnam, and especially in Da Nang. And this is the video that we are going to talk about today. So first things first, let's talk about housing. But before I get into that, make sure that you catch our next video, which is about buying and renting real estate in Da Nang. It is a real game changer, so stay tuned for that. Don't miss out and stay until the end of the video, where we give you a total cost and breakdown of how much it would cost to live in Da Nang in 2024. When it comes to cost of living, housing is probably the biggest share of your budget. Luckily, in Da Nang,
for some people, it takes up almost all of their budget. I mean, rent's absolutely insane. Cost of new houses, out of control. I was actually looking this morning as I was waking up slowly and taking a few bites of the breakfast cereal and whatnot. I saw that there is a small community of 3D printed houses near Austin, Texas. These were marketed. They're saying they're supposed to be, affordable and cheaper to manufacture and all that lovely good stuff. And they are lovely homes. They're 3D printed using concrete. This blend of modern and traditional with their designs. There's nothing affordable about them, chat. They want somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000 for one of those houses. That's hardly affordable for a lot of people. For most people in North America, affordable would be something like $100,000, maybe $150,000, not $400,000 to $600,000. That's ridiculous. That's not affordable. That's a cash grab. Because it's just bloody concrete. It's a concrete slab foundation, and it's just concrete that's squirted out of a giant 3D printer or just a gigantic toothpaste tube. And hey, presto, there's your house. And it only takes them a few weeks to build it. And you're telling me you can't do any better than $400,000. The going rate of a normally constructed house. Okay, I'm going to press X to doubt on that.
there are many different options depending on your budget, your financial situation, and also your plan as well. For example, you can live in a very high-end luxury apartment along the river
look at that
or
view.
along the beach, and it will cost you between $500 to $1,200.
$500 to $1,200 a month for a luxury apartment in Da Nang with a view of the river and skyline views and a view of the bridge. And hey, there's a Ferris wheel over there. This view for somewhere between $500 and $1,200 a month? Now we're talking. That is much more reasonable. I would go for this.
You will get a sea view or a lake view or a river view, the gym access, all the amenities, and even a barbecue pit and other minor and major amenities as well on that same budget.
All of that maxing out at $1,200 a month. That is a bit more reasonable. especially if you've got roommates or a spouse or significant other, and you're both working. At my particular station in life, I could come up with $1,200 a month to live in luxury in Da Nang. I could definitely come up with $800 a month. And if I had roommates split the cost, it's even more attainable for a lot of people. Especially if you've got some sort of work that you can do remotely, like I do.
These aren't just places to live, but they're real indulgences and luxuries that you cannot really enjoy in the West unless if you're paying $5,000 or up to $10,000 per month. So you're
Well, I don't
getting luxury.
I don't know if it's that high, but there are some places, yes, that 5 to 10 grand a month, that's exactly what you're looking at. But there's also some markets where that starts at like 2 or 3 grand, but still, that is an ungodly sum to pay for all of that. That's still 2 to 3 grand a month. That is a mortgage payment on a large house. Now, at that point, you may as well be buying a house.
On the cheap in Da Nang. But you can also look at a more practical, still stylish and affordable living whereby you'll be maybe a little bit further from the sea, not as many amenities, but you still may have a pool, you also have a gym, and you also have a decent view. And
That's
those apartments will go for $300 to $500 per month, which
that's extremely
is
affordable.
extremely affordable in this market in Da Nang. But
That's extremely affordable anywhere. Most people who are only making like, I don't know, maybe 35, 40 grand a year, they can manage that. They could manage that. I know I could. And that's the thing, I don't necessarily have to have the newest and the brightest, latest and greatest sort of accommodations. If it's a few years old, if it's set a little bit out of the way, off the beaten path, I'm fine with that. If the trade-off means $500 a month in rent, sure. Let's do it.
if you're prioritizing savings and you're really living on the budget, then you might look at a place between $150 to $300 a month.
I mean, 150 to 300 a month. Tempting, but also, I look at this place and it's got a lot of old charm to it. Don't know if I want to live there though. Really don't know if I want to live there.
These places will be a little bit further away from the beach or the river, but they offer a quiet neighborhood in a smaller housing or even shared housing, but it's still safe and it's still affordable for you.
Shared housing though. Yeah, I don't know if I. That'd be a tough sell for me. Maybe some other people. Maybe if you're younger and you're comfortable just about anywhere. When it comes to my residence, where I live, where I sleep, I am actually an incredibly private and retiring person. I place a high premium on my privacy, and that's one of those things where once I go into my home, it is like a bank vault. I do not want to come out again until I'm ready, whether it's to go out and go eat, go spend time with friends. Yeah, I don't want to be bothered by any noises or by other people. It's like I go into my little fortress and I just want to be left alone.
So in Da Nang, you have the ultra luxury living near the beach and lakes, or you have more affordable living as well, and of course the cheaper price. But all of these options will put you right in the middle of this beautiful city of Da Nang. Next up, a part of lifestyle is the food. So if
Hell
you are
yeah.
okay being adventurous and also eating in the street food here is amazing. Anywhere from mì quảng to bánh mì to different rice dishes, you can get the
Vietnamese food is so good, Chad. I don't know if you've ever had it before. If you haven't, please try it. Start with something simple like banh mi. I had banh mi not too long ago for lunch. It was I had a day where there wasn't a whole lot going on, so I decided to just kind of take a long lunch break. I found this lovely little shop that serves a variety of different Vietnamese dishes, and banh mi was one of the first things on the menu. I asked them for a recommendation. They recommended the pork banh mi, and served it up with I think it had like cilantro and sriracha sauce, and I think it had sliced cucumber in it as well. Um, but oh my god, it was so good. It was really, really good. Bro, just woke up and I want to bun me now, lol. Welcome in, Arsunia. Yeah, well, we are talking about we're talking about the incredibly affordable cost of living in Da Nang, and how it is possible to live there on anywhere between like 800 or 1200 a month, if you want to live a life of luxury, or you can do shared housing for like 150 to 300 a month. And the food is just so good for you, and dirt cheap too. It's making me quite hungry. I mean, I've found there. Hey, it's if ever you want to do the digital nomad lifestyle, I mean, Vietnam is a place to do that. I have family everywhere in Vietnam. You would probably qualify if you haven't looked into it already. There's sort of like a right of return sort of citizenship that has sprung up with the Vietnamese government in recent years to try and pull the expats back in, and it's I think it's a rather compelling offer for them, and it's um, yeah, this is I don't know. Vietnam is we've known for some years now that this is a country to watch. A lot of people are saying that Vietnam's the new China in terms of manufacturing, semiconductors, things like that. I It's only going to be more so as the years go on. So if you're looking for opportunities in a developing market chart, whatever it may be, take a look at Vietnam. Do some research into Vietnam. It's worth your time. Trust me. Jedi, welcome in. Don't want to live there though. Too humid. Yeah, no, that's Vietnam is in that part of the northern hemisphere that's getting awfully close to the equator, and yeah, it is very warm and quite steamy most of the year. Which, if that's your preferred climate, then hey, that's perfect for you. But yeah, if you like four seasons and you want to go to Southeast Asia, um, Korea and Japan are still the way to go.
them in the streets for $1 or $2, which is a great savings.
One to
But
two
it's also
dollars. $1 to $2 for street food in Da Nang. That's incredible. I mean, most of us, even if we are unemployed and broke, still have $1 in our pocket somewhere, or we can get $1. Knowing that it's that attainable and it's good food, that's just, yeah.
tasty and easy to get to, and you can probably eat it every single day. moving up the scales.
Yeah,
and
you're
you-
going to be, because you're probably going to be walking a lot. That's another thing, is a lot of these cities are quite walkable. You see people on their scooters and driving cars, but there's a heavy emphasis on walkability. So you're probably, when you get here, you're probably going to be walking around a lot of places, and you're also going to be, taking public transport. You're going to be on the move a lot. That's exercise. That's good exercise of that. There's some horse carriages too. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I think those I think we've seen those in some of the walking tour videos. They got wrapped in LED lights and sort of carrying some tourists around, or couples on a date or something like that. Yeah, that's a nice experience.
you have long legs or you're a little bit heavy set and you just cannot sit on the plastic chairs in the streets, and you will move up to a local restaurant that has high chairs and tables and some service as well. But at those places, you'll probably be paying between $3 to $5 per dish. So
Oh dear, $3 to $5 a dish. However, will we go on? I think we're all right paying $3 to $5 for a bit of upgraded service in a proper restaurant. So 2 people, $15 to $20. I mean, my God, when is the last time you went out on a date with someone and you only had to pay 15 or $20? That, oh my goodness, it's the bargain of the century.
maybe 2 people, you're looking about $15 to $20, but it's comfortable. Has a lot of beer options and a lot of drink options as well.
Hell yeah.
And those restaurants that you'll have to find, or you have to have a local to tell you where to eat, but they are affordable but delicious options as well. And
I mean, this is $15 to $20. Yeah, at that rate, you can probably afford to eat out every day if you want to. What? Arsenio, what did I say? I mean, honestly, like fast food today is, I mean, you spend $20 easily, or even 20 pounds, 10 or 20 pounds for just like a burger and some chips. I need a date first, lol. No. Well, I mean, not even a date, but just going out with a friend or two. And it's so bloody expensive these days. Honestly, I go out on a date with someone anywhere in the West. It's like, yeah, just come over to my place. I'm cooking at home. It's cheaper that way. You're not wrong. I know. It's outrageous. And it's inflation. I hate it. But knowing that we've got options here in other parts of the world where they don't believe in gouging you for every last cent that you have, yeah, that's encouraging. Food? I bet.
And finally, if you're into the finer things in life, the caviars, the fish, or the seafood,
I mean, who isn't? Am I right? Come on.
then you might want to look at some of the many dining options on the higher end side, or luxury restaurants, both in the venue where it can be very high on top of a building, or
Yeah,
it can
now
be
we're
Michelin
talking.
star that we talked about later, which is the Nobu restaurants coming to Vietnam. Also,
You
you
heard
will
it
have
here.
higher quality
Nobu. Nobu's coming to Vietnam. The posh sushi place. Whistles.
higher service, and a great view. But you have to pay a little bit more for it, but still quite affordable compared to other high-end restaurants. You're only paying between $20 to $50 per dish, which is
Okay, $20 to $50 for a high-end luxury restaurant. That's not bad. You take a date there, and you're out the door for about $100. You obviously you don't do it quite often, but I could live with that. once every couple of months or something. You know, that's you take a date out, you take your bird with you, and you both have like a steak dinner or something, or some fancy sushi at Nobu, and yeah, you're out the door, $100, easy. That's not bad. No, not bad at all.
3 times to 10 times as much as other places. But of course, once a while, it's good to treat ourselves to good Japanese,
Hell
European,
yeah.
French, Italian,
Yeah.
and other foods in other parts of the world. Da Nang has all the food for you covered. So
Love
don't
it.
worry, by living here, you will have all the options necessary to have a well-balanced street life, restaurant, and luxury restaurant living. So if you enjoy
Beautiful.
cooking at home, or sometimes not just eating out, then Da Nang has all the options of different markets that you can go to in order to get all your fresh and raw ingredients to make your meals.
There
For
we go.
example, you can go to the supermarket and roughly per week to buy your rice, flour, milk, water, and other groceries that you would need, it would be between $30 to $50 per person per week that you will get all your amenities. And you have big chains.
Okay, so $30 to $50 at the grocers, and soon they'll have burritos and tacos. I do believe that Southeast Asia is still quite the desert when it comes to good Tex-Mex options. So anybody who could bring good tacos and Mexican style Tex-Mex street food to Southeast Asia, be it Vietnam, Japan, Korea, anywhere, I think he's sitting on a gold mine of opportunity, because the area is quite literally starved for that sort of thing. I mean, street tacos alone, I think, would be a fantastic seller. I mean, can you imagine like a combo platter of fajita style street tacos with takoyaki, with a side of takoyaki, or even better, do a fusion style takoyaki street tacos. Takoyaki tacos is genius. Just want some noms and to share noms, yeah. But yeah, $30 to $50 a week at the grocers for one person. So worst case scenario, 2 people live over there together. You're looking at about $100 a week. That's still not bad. I think Rosso, wasn't it you that told me about the effect of inflation on some chap's Walmart order, where they had an order that they wanted to just repeat of all their necessities. I think a few years ago it was $100, and then they tried to put in that order again, and it came out to $500 for all of the same items. $500 at the grocery store. That is daylight robbery. That I just, my brain cannot wrap its head around it. It's just $500. I could understand if you were buying for a large family at Costco or Sam's Club or someplace like that. But just going to a Walmart for what? 1 or 2 people? That's ridiculous. Yeah, it should never be like that. So the prices, they're out of control in the Western world. And I firmly believe that everyone who has it within their power should strongly consider looking towards the East, looking towards developing markets, and looking to become expats of some kind, to go where things are cheaper, where life is better, and just escape this malaise and just this malaise of modern society. I'll probably renew my passport along with other things soon. Yes, that's the one thing and we were talking about this with a few people in VC last night. Is like, get your passport if you don't have one already. I mean, you should have it not just for travel purposes, But if you are in the United States, for example, a lot of businesses are using e-verify. A lot of employers are using e-verify, and they always give you one of these tables, these charts that show you what sort of identification they need to verify your identity. And without fail, if you are able to show them your passport, then that's all they need. Otherwise, they're needing like 2 forms of identification. But if you have a passport, that takes care of everything. So get your passport, even if only for that. But also, look at exploring your options for journeying around the world in search of cheaper cost of living, higher quality cost of living. A person can do quite well for themselves in a country like Vietnam. And you don't have to make a fortune in order to live like a king.
Chains like Lotte, Big C, and other supermarkets that you can buy from as well. The other alternative in Da Nang is shopping at the fresh markets. These markets are a little bit cheaper and maybe a little bit more fresh in their ingredients. You're probably spending between $20 to $40 per person, but it's a great place to get your herbs, spices, tofu, vegetables, and fruit as well. And by going to these fresh markets, you're supporting the local economy and getting a taste and feel for what it's like to shop in a local market. So
shop like a local. And at $20 to $40 per person, you've really got no excuse not to. Or you even do a blend of both. Go to the Lotte supermarket and then go shop at one of the local markets. Whatever you can't find in the big supermarkets, just go to the local markets. Shop like a local. Get some fresh ingredients. Grab yourself the catch of the day. That's dinner for tonight.
Between a supermarket that provides cheaper, more convenient, and air conditioning shopping experience, and the fresh markets that provide you a cultural feel and helping with the local economy, you can mix and match between the two every single week and get the whole feel of what it's like to live in a modern and a traditional Da Nang. So, as you can see, transportation is quite easy in Da Nang. To get around, you can rent a motorbike like this for $90 to $100 a month.
God, that's less than my car payment.
And gasoline is roughly only 90 cents per liter. So it's very, very inexpensive. Also, you can even get around via a car. You can do Grab, or you can do taxis or rideshare as well. That's another option. And of course,
Grab, just for a little bit of context, chat, Grab is the Vietnamese equivalent of Uber. I don't think Uber has permission to operate. I don't think Lyft has permission to operate in Vietnam. But they do have a company called Grab, which it works quite the same way.
The final option that's easiest would be you just get around via public transportation. Buses that would cost about 30 cents per trip.
30
cents? As you can see, there are many options available.
That's a couple of pence. Just pop in a threepenny bit in the till there, and off you go.
Available. I actually prefer to do the motorbike just because you get fresh air. You can see more things, like we're here at the bridge, and many, many other options as well. So
he's a biker at
transportation
heart.
is super easy in Da Nang. So managing your utilities in Da Nang is quite simple.
Ah, yes, we can't forget about utilities. That's always one of those smaller details that can be quite the pain in the ass for depending on where you go.
Between gas, electricity, and water, you're looking at roughly between $30 to $50 per month per household. And
30 to 50 a month for your utilities. That is really not bad. Honestly, that's about what you would expect for the going rate of electricity, gas, water. Yeah, that's for a small apartment. That's about right. That's about what I've seen even in America. So that's not too much of a shock.
Of course, you definitely need to have high-speed internet.
Oh, yeah, you need
and
that.
here you're looking at between $10 to $20 depending on the speed that you would need. Either you're streaming shows, going on
$20 a month for high-speed internet, like the fastest speed. Yes, please. Yes. Especially if we can get fully fiber internet. Yeah, that's a steal. That is an absolute steal. Especially if you can get something like the equivalent of Google Fiber, AT&T Fiber. Like the highest speeds, like 1, 2, 3, 5 gigabit internet. Yes. I can finally I could multi-stream on a connection like that. I could stream across Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Kick. Like 5 different areas. Like 5 different providers, 5 different channels, all at the same time on that sort of connection. And I believe it would actually help me to grow follow count and everything.
on the internet for work or connected with your families and friends all over the world. High-speed internet is really reliable and also is very cheap here in Da Nang as well.
Reliable and cheap, probably because it's the latest and greatest thing. It doesn't. It's not a bunch of heritage infrastructure that they're having to build on top of. It's newer stuff.
Part of the entertainment itself is actually driving around in your motorbike, but other entertainment and leisure that won't break the bank for you would be if you were to go to a movies, it'll be like $4 to $6. If you were to
$4 to $6 to go to the cinema. When is the last time you ever paid $4 to $6 for a movie ticket? If ever. Even for like a matinee. I can't remember a time when I did that. I would actually start going to movies again. I have not been to see a movie in the theater, in the cinema, probably since around Christmas and New Year's time, and that was to go see Godzilla -1.
have a gym membership, you're looking at $20 to $40, depending on the particular time.
$20 to $40, that's about, I don't know, going rate. Anytime Fitness, I think, charges about $10 to $20 a month. So these are more in line with international rates that you would find for a gym membership. But if your apartment building provides a gym, I would say just use that. Save the $20 to $40. Not only that, but you're going to be living a more active lifestyle. Is it... And I think if you're more active and walking about every day, you're probably going to find yourself needing less and less of facilities like this.
Type. Also, if you're looking at buying drinks, you're looking at $4 to $6 per drink. Nothing too expensive, nothing that will break the bank. So if you're just looking to have a night out, good food, or looking for working out and staying fit, Da Nang has very inexpensive entertainment options, but will give you amazing experience and memories as well. And that in general is the cost of entertainment in Da Nang. So what about the healthcare system in Da Nang, especially if you're a retiree looking to live here for long term? Looking at going to the doctor.
We looked at this with another video a while back, chat. The idea of medical tourism in Turkey. where between $500 to $1,000 got an entire battery of tests and analysis done, and also dental work, a dental exam. All of it done in the course of a day or maybe 2 days. When all of that would have taken months, possibly years to get done anywhere else in the Western world, and would have cost a fortune, especially if you're living in the US. I think the numbers here for Vietnam are going to shock you.
So how much would that cost? So in Da Nang, you're looking at an international hospital or a private hospital, roughly between $20 to $40 per visit. So that's
$20 to $40 for the visit to the hospital, just to go to the A&E, or the emergency room as it's called in the US. $20 to $40. There's some insurance plans in the United States that $20 won't even get you an appointment. Is not even the copay to see a primary care doctor. Some of those are up to like $25, $30, $40 all on their own. But here you can go to hospital. $20 to $40. Get whatever you need.
That's extremely affordable. But if you're looking for coverage that's much more long-term, looking at medical insurance in Da Nang, you're looking at between $50 to $100 per month that will give you really good protection and coverage.
That's still not
bad. If you're just
bad.
looking for the basic coverage and needs if you're younger, or a full protection plan if you're a retiree or older, then definitely look at the insurance policies that are covered all over Vietnam that will also cover Da Nang as well. And add on top of that, looking at the international coverage in case you need something bigger or medical procedures that you might do in Thailand or in Singapore.
Yeah, that's something else to consider, is that, I mean, Vietnam's medical care is world class. Their hospitals, I've seen some of their hospitals there in both Da Nang and in Ho Chi Minh City, and it is incredible what they've created with the help of international European conglomerates. I think the French have come in and built some very impressive hospitals for the Vietnamese, and they're world-class facilities. They don't charge a whole lot, and just everything's so affordable and attainable. You're not waiting months just to see a specialist for anything. You're not waiting forever just to see a primary care doctor. If you have an emergency, an actual medical emergency, you're not sitting in some waiting room at the A&E before a doctor will even say 2 words to you. It's just so far and away better than anything you'll find in the West. Because even the universal healthcare systems of many Western countries, from the Canadians to the British to even a lot of the Western European countries, they become an absolute joke. I mean, it really says something, I think, when the national health system in the UK can't seem to afford to reinforce older buildings for medical procedures. And they start telling doctors and nurses, hey, if certain patients weigh a certain amount, if they're too big and they're too fat for that they're over a certain weight limit, you can't operate on certain floors lest the entire floor collapse on you while you're in the middle of an operation. I mean, that is just an absolutely sad and appalling state of affairs. And that sort of thing would be unthinkable in any sort of Southeast Asian country. Because just think of the loss of face over that revelation. These people would move heaven and earth to fix something like that. Whereas people in the West, they can't be bothered. It's just another bit of managed decline. It's appalling.
There you have it, summing up the total cost of living in Da Nang per month for a single person. If you really want to live on a budget and manage your expenses, you're looking at roughly about $800 a month in order to have a decent lifestyle in Da Nang. But if you're also looking to splurge, live in a nicer place, have better food, then you're probably looking at about $1,500 per month. And finally, if you're actually really
$1,500 for a life of luxury. Yeah, I could live with that price.
looking to move here as a young person with your family and children and going to school, or a retiree looking to really locate to Da Nang, then you're probably considering buying a home. Da Nang is as diverse as the experiences that are awaiting you. So if and when you're ready to buy a property here in Da Nang, we would love to offer you a real estate due diligence package, which includes due diligence on the developer, on the construction company, on the bank that's giving the loan.
Yeah, you got to do your due diligence. Definitely got to do your due diligence if you're buying foreign property. Because just as there's people in other markets that'll take advantage of the locals, you can bet they are definitely going to try and take advantage of any foreigner or gringo that's new in town.
Got the legal documents, the purchase and sale agreements, and then finally we'll make sure that you have a smooth purchase by offering you an escrow instructions and service as well. So if you're looking to buy a home in Vietnam, then definitely click on the link below, which is our real estate intake form, to let us know exactly what you're looking for and see if our team of experts, both legal and real estate, can help you find the place that you want to call home. I know at Young Global, we might give you information that may be overwhelming, but trust us, we're trying our best to simplify the process for you. Nevertheless, if you want a tailored specific solution for your questions, then book a 1-hour consultation with me and my team so that we can give you a tailored plan specific to your needs. So what are your thoughts on this video about living in Da Nang and all the options and experiences that you may have? But as always, I want to say thank you very much for one, sending our team to Da Nang, and two, is always supporting our video and watching this particular video. So on behalf of Young Global, my name is Ken Young. Thank you very much for watching this video. Make sure you like our Facebook page, subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Facebook, who still uses that?
Comment below about your experiences with Da Nang and especially the real estate market. And of course, click on the bell for notifications. So thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, that gets a like. That definitely gets a like. Definitely gets a like. That was a good one. Let's see. Why don't we take a look at how the other half lives in Ho Chi Minh City, the other big city in Vietnam.
So imagine waking up in the morning at the side of a bustling city, having your coffee and enjoying a panoramic view and all the luxurious amenities just a slight elevator ride away. What if I told you this is exactly possible in the heart of Saigon? Welcome to The Mark, a premier luxurious apartment building in District 1 by a Hong Kong developer. Today, we are going to show you the most stunning apartment within this project. So whether you are looking to buy a new home in Ho Chi Minh City or to see what luxury living is like, this is the video for you. So let's get started. Hello, my name is Ken Young, international business immigration attorney with over 15 years of experience advising on real estate and also investment opportunities. And this video that we're talking about specifically about how to sell a real estate project, and we're actually going to show you one of our clients' projects that we're going to represent and help them sell as well. So that's what we're going to talk about today, and I'm excited to show you.
That's a hell of
We're
an
at
account
the
to
District
have.
1, Ho Chi Minh City at the Mark project on Nguyen Đình Chiu Street. So let's begin our tour. I remember when I first moved to Vietnam over 10 years ago, it's very difficult to find a really good apartment that fits my needs.
You know, he's doing fairly well for himself, chat, when he's got what appears to be a Rolex Datejust in gold and silver on his wrist. So, yeah, business is good for Mr. Dung here.
Today, I'm going to show you this 78 square meter apartment in District 1 that I feel
78 square meters. Let's do some conversion on that. Let's see. $78 square meters. To square feet. That is 839.5 square feet. So, kind of small, at least by Western standards. But not bad. You can still be quite comfortable in that.
I'm going to show you this 78 square meter apartment in District 1 that I feel will really fit many of the needs of business people or families who want to live and move into Vietnam and also live in luxury. We've come to the apartment itself here on the 24th floor, and I already see a state-of-the-art Yale technology for the security. So where you have to enter your card or your fingerprints in order to get in. Once you get through the security, then you can
Biometrics to
come
get in.
So follow me into the apartment. So right when I walk into the apartment, I can definitely see it's really luxurious and it has a lot of technology. First thing you see when you come in is you see the spacious storage space here on the right for all your shoes, hats, slippers, or anything you may need to have in here.
Or your scooter helmet.
Nice, clean, everything is built in. You also have a storage space. So even if you can see the way that it closes, so that signifies how smooth it is and it will last much longer. Right here, when you look into
Yes, if it
small,
closes too roughly all the time, eventually that starts to bend and warp the doors. And here's the kitchen. Galley-style kitchen. That is rather small, but cozy, nevertheless. Looks like a heated glass cooktop, electric. Quaint little oven. Dual basin sink. And it looks like it's got a spray attachment built in that you can just sort of pull out of the main nozzle there. Room for a rice cooker. Room for a microwave, or possibly even for like an air fryer. And French door refrigerator and freezer. Oh, and it's made by Hitachi. Didn't even know Hitachi was in the appliance business. You would know.
But very quaint storage and also kitchen area. You can see here the Hitachi, it's a big investment for this refrigerator, which is a double door panning open where you can have all your food and all your goods in there.
Oh, yeah,
of
that's
course,
not
it has
bad.
a freezer as well. That's already high quality.
That's a good size
Come over here,
refrigerator.
you have the Cooper Bosch kitchen and oven and stove as well. This is a very good brand, and you have all the cabinets that you may need for all your storage space. As you can see, the countertops are high quality granite as well, and you have sufficient storage space, room and area for you to cook, have drinks, to mix drinks as well. And that is that kind of the main kitchen area. It's
All right.
compact, but it's very high quality.
I mean, room enough for 1 or 2 people to get in there and do whatever cooking and food prep that they need. I mean, push comes to shove, you could probably just hire yourself a private chef and they'll take care of all that.
And then if you just go turn right around, I can see right here, technology based. So this is actually a very smart home. You can see onto
what's
the
this?
screen here, you can control a lot. Also, it's on the app as well. You can see the camera views. You can also control temperature. You control lighting. And you can also see the camera as well. So therefore,
The only downside that I could potentially see with something like this is if there's an app update of some kind to where it's no longer compatible with your smart device, whether it's your phone or your tablet. then you're kind of stuck, aren't you? There's still something to be said for just old-fashioned switches and buttons and things like that.
Therefore, you can just go on your app and you can see anywhere in the world what is happening in the apartment. And this is standard technology, and it's touchscreen as well. So you can see the camera is right at the angle over there. You can see us in here. So that provides a second level of security aside from the door security system. Of course, here in a panel in any luxury apartment, if somebody comes to the front door,
I don't know how I feel about having cameras all over my house. Not sure how I feel about that.
or in the front of the apartment, they will use this in order to call up, and you can pick up the phone and you can press open to allow them to come in, or you can tell security that have them wait in the lobby and you'll come down. So there are many ways to have added security. So pretty much nobody can come into your apartment unless you've invited them to come in. So moving through the smart home system, you can see the design and the quality of the granite table, the granite floors. And also I really like what they've done to this whole open space, because you have the kitchen and then you have the dining area and you have the living room. So everybody can be in one room, the entire family. But the uniqueness about this particular apartment is the design, because the owners have a very artistic feel and they're using it for retirement and relaxation. So if you can just look to your left, you can see this mural painted of a beautiful sunset. Could be in Africa, it could be in North America,
look like
could be in other places around the world. Then if you look to my right, you can see a really big mirror which expands the space as well, with a frame that has an old wooden frame. Then
yeah, little bit of design trivia for everyone. If you want a space to appear bigger than it actually is, lighter colored or white walls, higher ceilings, and the use of mirrors. Mirrors make all three of those make any sort of smaller space instantly seem a lot bigger than it really is. I don't know quite what the science or the psychology is behind it. It's one of those things that sort of tricks the brain into thinking this is a big space when it's actually not as big as you think.
you have painting of flowers, which gets you a feel
I like
for
that
like
chandelier, though.
Santorini or Tuscany or other areas. And this is probably one of my favorites right here. It is actually the window, and it appears that they've broken the wall down, but it's really just a glass. Having a window to another space, this feels very much like you're in Italy or France or any European country. So right here, we're stepping into the
it's got its
living
charm.
room itself. It's very nice leather sofa. It's probably over $2,000 US. It's custom.
Yeah,
so you
I can see
sit
that.
nice. You can relax. So we move from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room. And of course, every luxury apartment must have a great view. Also, the reason why they bought this place right here in the heart of District 1. I'm opening up the balcony, which has a double panel door, so you can fully open the entire expanse of the balcony. And this apartment is very unique because it's on 24th floor out of 25 floors.
So you're nearly at the top. But look at that view. That fantastic view of the Saigon skyline, greeting you every time you come home. I can get used to something like that.
On the 25th, it is the amenity. So this is the highest you can get in this luxury apartment, the Mark. But also
25th floor might be an amenities floor, clubhouse floor.
if you can see right here, we are in the heart of District 1. It's on Wing and Jiu Street and Tông Đức Thắng, which means that you get a great view of Landmark 81. You get to see all the Ba Song, Golden River, the Manor, Saigon Pearl, all of those projects over there. So the main reason why people buy in District 1 is the convenience, the accessibility. You're near the Opera House, you're near all the restaurants. There's the Gem Center, which has a lot of events and activities every single day. You're right in the heart, Đồng Khởi, Wing Street, the People's Committee. pretty much you're about 5 minutes, even 10-minute walking to all the landmarks and the District 1 amenities that you would expect of here, of a metropolitan city in Ho Chi Minh. So those are a lot of the value added that you would get if you were to buy this apartment. Aside from that, you're also very close to any of the other districts. You go to Tu Thiem District, you go to District 4, District 7, or District 2, and of course District 3, where you also have a lot of the French colonial design homes and restaurants as well. So as you can
Lot of
see, District
districts.
1 is the main area of Ho Chi Minh City. It's a luxury area, and this apartment is one of the key projects within District 1. So moving to a very important part is the bathroom for the guest room. As you can
One of the rooms that you'll spend the most time in your entire life, that in the bedroom. We spend a third of our lives asleep. We probably spend a good portion of them in the bathroom as well. But yes, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Granite countertops in the bathroom. A walk-in shower. Looks like it's got a spray attachment that you can make use of. Do they have a bidet built into the toilet seat though? There's the acid test right there.
You see from ground to ceiling, you have all marble or quartz, so it's very high quality, and Duravit is also a great company. And you have a standing shower, full glass, so it's very open. And of course, all your amenities will be hidden inside the mirror and inside the cabinet, so you don't have to have anything on the floor and around as well. So it's very nice, clean. It has all the amenities that you would need. And the qualities of the door is
Wrong.
very thick.
I'm not hearing any word about a Toto washlet.
Soundproofing and more quiet and peace for every.
Oh, that's important, chat. Soundproofing. Soundproofing in the walls, in the floors, in the ceilings. Everyone living in close proximity like that. That's one of the most obvious ways that these developers like to cut corners, is to skimp on the soundproofing, or even not even have it at all. But yeah, you start spending some money on something like this, you've come to expect certain things like soundproofing. I don't want to hear my neighbors. They don't want to hear me. We wish to be left alone. You know, especially if I've got the head over and we are engaged in a bit of fornication, then what, what do we don't want the neighbors hearing that.
Everybody else in the house. So let's move on to the master bedroom. The colors are very nice, smooth. They also have a very, very nice couch here as well, so you can sit, relax, look out the window.
That is nice.
So for them, it's really about relaxing, enjoying, and you have a great view of the city, especially at night.
Even from your bedroom,
you can see
I love
you can
it.
fit very easily a king-size bed and have a ample room to walk. If you
It's
look
cozy,
at
but
the
it's
design of
nice.
the floor itself, it's made of wood, and of course, you have to have
Are we
nice
sure that's actual wood, or is that just like a vinyl something or other, a laminate? Either way, it's fine. The laminates and even the wood look tile has gotten quite good in recent years.
closet. So it's very important for the women and the men to have a nice closet. If you look at it, it's very smooth. You can open, see the lighting, the
Oh,
shelves
that's excellent.
are very nice and organized, and it's very high quality, and it's very smooth. Come on, follow me into the master bathroom. Of course, relaxation.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. So we don't have the traditional the Toto washlet that we've come to expect, chat. But you see this little spray attachment here. Yeah, that's more of an old style, almost like a European style bidet function. And you're just sort of expected to operate that manually. So, not bad. Not bad. I think I would prefer, though, the... I'd still prefer the Toto. That's just me, though. But in a pinch, this works.
If you can see the quality, as always in this particular project, the granite and the quartz is extremely high quality. You have a tub for your relaxation.
Oh, that tub, chat. That looks amazing. That, and you see the sort of sloping right here. This is the sort of tub that is designed for you to just sink into and soak. And you've got the little shower attachment here you can wash your back with. That's, oh, that is incredible. I love that. And then the shower's right next to it. Yes, this is amazing. I love this. This is fantastic.
As well, and the colors. You also have a standing shower and full glass. And similar to the other bathroom, the quality and the amenities remain the same. You have the cabinets that open in to hide everything. Also, even the toilet seat and the toilet itself is nice and clean and sleek. And of course, as we stated,
The
doors
tank of
are
the toilet appears to be built into the wall, which that is a rather luxurious touch. But still, if something goes wrong, you need to replace the toilet. My question is, are you looking at having to make a hole in the wall in order to get replace the toilet?
are very thick to create soundproofing and a full relaxation so you can enjoy listening to music. And of course, you can't hear too much echo in here. That is very high quality materials so that there's no echo in the master bathroom and also the master bedroom as well. But
It's the
of
little
course,
details.
for folks who have families, then they probably need a second room. For folks who don't have family, this one has a second bedroom that is very unique because it has a great view as well. So we'll go over to that room as well. So we're going into.
He says that as he scuttles quickly away. I would have thought they left that in the outtake reel.
It's a second bedroom, or it can serve as multiple purposes. If you have
Streaming
a small
room.
family and you want to live here,
There's my
then,
streaming
you can
room.
use this room as.
Yeah, that's. If I were to have a two-bedroom flat in Saigon, second bedroom would be office / study / streaming room. Yeah. That do be how it goes.
Itself for your kids or maybe even bunk beds. But if you don't have kids and you're just a couple or you're single and you want to relax, they definitely set it up for that. The
Hell yeah.
chair, it's very nice quality chair, relaxation, looking straight out into the city itself with your large windows. You can read
Love
a
it.
book, you can have tea, you can relax and listen to music while enjoying the great view of Landmark 81 and all the other views that you would have normally inside the balcony as well. So this is a great room for many. It has all the quality. It's also high. It has central air conditioning and it has a camera to be installed in here if you need it as well. The cabinets are also the same quality. It's very nice and you can use that to have your storage and other items as well. But you can also do whatever you need for this particular smaller, either a guest room or a reading room or a second bedroom for your children. So
I really don't understand the whole having cameras in every single room. That just seems creepy to me. Like, I get it, security system and whatnot, but all of that stuff feeds into the internet. That's how you access it. You and I both know, chat, that we're not the only ones who can have access to that. That stuff's probably got some sort of back door to where Big Brother can also be watching you. And you practically just invited him in. So yeah, cameras all throughout the flat. I think it's going to be a hard pass from me. Neum. What are we neuming over, Jedi? What are you doing? Have you had too much caffeine? One too many Red Bulls? Is that what's going on?
we're here on the 25th floor, and remember that the client's apartment is on the 24th floor, so it's really right at the top here. So on
Let's
the
climb the
25th
stairs
is
and
all
here
the
you are.
amenities that you have here. You have
Called
the,
it. Called it. 25th floor is the amenities floor. Infinity swimming pool, chat. That looks absolutely fantastic. It does appear this is the place for expats.
Swimming pool, infinity swimming pool right there. Here you have quite a few barbecue pits and areas. You have a
Hell yeah.
banquet room. You have a
Ooh.
kids room. You have a sauna. Also a reading
Hell
room
yeah.
as well. If
A
you want to get
sauna?
some
I love that.
peace and quiet and do work. And then the amazing gym. So you look at the gym, it has a techno gym, has all the treadmills, the free weights, and also the auxiliaries as well. But of course, when you buy an apartment in the middle with the amenities, you definitely want to see the expansive 360 view of Ho Chi Minh City all around. So the
Yeah.
mark here in this luxury apartment has all the amenities that you would want in a
Love
metropolitan
that.
luxury living in the city. All right, so I'm actually sitting here with the owner of this really nice luxury apartment, Mr. Vincent Hubert. And we just want to really know.
Mr. Hubert, man of taste that appears to be a Rolex Submariner that he's wearing.
Just a few questions. First is, how long have you been living in this apartment, and when did you buy it?
So I bought the apartment in 2020, and so it's been 4 years. Off and on, maybe a couple times a year I'd come here for a month or two.
And why did you choose this apartment in District 1?
Well, District 1 is the main.
Do they open up the door to the balcony? I'm hearing sirens. I'm hearing sirens in the background and a lot of noise.
District that you want to be in Ho Chi Minh. It's where where all the Americans are, foreigners are. It's safe, all the great food, all the great nightclubs, and it's just a place to be.
So you're looking for the convenience.
So District 1 is sort of like Expat Central for Saigon.
The accessibility, and it's really, well, it's the main district of Ho Chi Minh City itself.
Absolutely. If you want to be anywhere in Ho Chi Minh, it's like the Beverly Hills of California. You want to be in District 1.
So as you can see,
yeah, Beverly Hills without the Beverly Hills prices.
Great metropolitan city, getting around is quite easy. But if you want it to be extremely, extremely easy, this would be the apartment for you, because it's right in the middle of District 1. You can take a taxi anywhere very easily, or you can even have a motorbike or a car, and you can park right here and travel all around anywhere in District 1, 2, or any one of the other districts. But there's even Ben Thanh would be the closest metro line. It's probably about 5 minutes away. You can use.
Okay. Show you how much of a himbo I can be, chat. When I saw Ben Thanh, I thought that was some sort of famous person in Vietnamese history. It's like I believe I asked Asunya about this too. It's like I keep seeing this fellow Ben Thanh. Who is he? What's he so famous for? And she laughed and said, "No, Ben Thanh usually means it's like a market, like a supermarket or something. That's not a person." I was like, "Oh, because you see the Ben Thanh everywhere." I thought he was some sort of famous person in Vietnamese history. He was like some famous businessman or, a farmer or something like that, or maybe some hero of the revolution or whatever. But no, Ben Thanh, that means like market, a marketplace, a supermarket or something. So yeah, not a person, chat. That's a place, not a person.
Use that to get even further out in the city as the metro lines get more advanced and have more lines. So being in District 1 is the easiest to get around.
I think my exact words were like, at first I thought, man, this Ben Thanh, he really gets around, doesn't he?
Via any one of the transportation modes that you would need. So as part of the maintenance of properties in Vietnam, and many of the audience actually don't know, but there's no property tax in Vietnam. So the carrying cost is very low.
I love that.
But
I love that. In many other countries, you never really own your own land, do you? And to prove that, try not paying your property taxes. See what happens. But here in Vietnam, no property tax. I love that. That's something else I think needs to go away, is the idea of property tax. If you own your land, you own your land. And they can't just take it away from you for failure to pay a tax. I don't believe any government should have that power. If you own your land, you own your land. No one else. If you're paying property tax, you are effectively paying rent to the government, which means you don't really own your land.
HOA costs associated. What are the HOA costs here associated with this particular property?
Well, the great thing about the HOA is that also, like having no property tax, it's very affordable. So I pay roughly
fantastic.
2.5 million Vietnam dong per month, which is like with parking.
Yep.
So that's like $110 a month.
Right.
That's really not bad. 110 per month for an HOA fee that includes parking for a vehicle. When is the last time you've ever heard of an HOA being that cheap? Anywhere else in the world? Anywhere in the US? Anywhere in North America?
Right. Yep. So that's including all the security, all the landscaping, keeping the pools clean, 24-hour
Paying for the security,
also bike parking as well. And then if you wanted to park your car here, you just pay a little bit more, so you know exactly.
Okay, so just a little bit extra if you wanted to park a car, but the standard parking is for bicycle or for motorbike. Okay, no, that's fair. No, I wouldn't mind paying a little bit extra in order to park a car. I like aircon. I like air conditioning, chat. And Vietnam can get quite steamy in the summertime. So, yeah, that's a good thing to have.
Exactly. It'd probably come out to less than 150.
Who doesn't like
at
AC?
most
Exactly.
$200 a month to be able to live, be safe, clean, and
Rex, Addy, hello.
really enjoy this property. So the HOA is actually quite minimal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
All right. So thank you very much, Vincent, for showing us.
I could live with that sort of
the
HOA.
Cool luxury District 1 apartment here. So let us know, of all the amenities are available, what do you find most useful or enjoyable here, and the ones that you probably use the most?
Well, for me, what I like to do is use the gym. I love the gym. It's not very busy. It has.
I mean, with as little as you're paying for an HOA, and for all of the amenities that you're getting, I mean, why would you even consider a gym membership when you have this to work with? Can I have sake or no? You are your own person, Addy. So if you wish to have sake, then by all means have sake. Besides, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Has all the equipment that I like. I like to use the sauna after I work out, go for a swim. As you see, it's a nice infinity pool. It's kind of busy during the day with families and whatnot, but at night they clear out. And
I mean, can you though? I can. Am I going to have some now? No.
basically have it to myself.
And then you get a great view of the city while you're swimming as well.
Okay,
great. And then what about, I saw the studies. Do you do any projects here that you use the banquet or the studies or anything like that?
So the great thing about the banquet room is that it's available most often, any night. And I can have a party there. I've had a party for my uncle's wife, her wedding, and you can accommodate up to 50 people. It's easy to...
That's not bad. 50 people in that banquet room. I mean, that's a nice little party there. Sake is for after stream Lamau. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Get in and have meals, sit down, even have karaoke. Vietnamese love karaoke, so it's a great amenity here.
So it's really convenient for families, also for business people.
All across Vietnam, Korea, Japan, probably Singapore, and a lot of other Southeast Asian countries. Everybody loves karaoke. Everyone gathering together and singing songs. Love to hear it.
People and also couples who are living here, because it's everything. You have everything, and I saw the nice sauna, saw the pool, also all the different rooms and
what a
kids
lovely
play
entrance.
And everything. Right. So with all the things that I've seen and the luxury, all the materials, the convenience of it. What is your asking price for this unit of yours?
Well, everything is negotiable.
Okay.
So, but I think 14 billion for the apartment with all furnishings is where I'd like to start.
Okay, a fully furnished apartment. Fully furnished. That means you get all the furniture with it. You get all of that. And he wants about 557,000 US, just a little over $500,000. Tempting. I will put it that way. It's a very posh district. I think he's probably targeting upper middle class, upper class expats. I think, yeah, that's... I would not pay that price, though. I would not pay that much. I would probably try to lowball him to say, I might give you 300 or 400 grand. But yeah, I don't know if I'd quite pay that much. Nah, that seems like a fairly hefty profit. When I would prefer that I get a gently used flat, fully furnished, and maybe just have a modest profit for him. I am fine with giving him a modest profit, not a hefty profit. I must say you were really funny last night when you were drunk. Well, thank you, Jedi. I aim to please. Thorin, welcome in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, very great. I think that's within the range and the price, and it's really a motivated seller. He likes his place, but also has many options around Ho Chi Minh as well. So definitely, if you're interested in looking at the property, contact us, and we'll be happy to have one of our agents show you the property, show you all the amenities, and give you a tour as well. But of course, our video will actually showcase all of that already, so you can get a great feel for the apartment itself, the building,
And Jedi, thank you for redeeming first. I think you were the only one that, yeah, that was still available for someone to redeem, but yeah, you got it. Anyways, that was nice. This is how the wealthy live in Saigon, or Ho Chi Minh City, and it is indeed crazy. Quack. Let's see what else we've got here. Affordable living in Mexico. Let's take a look at that.
Welcome back to Mexico Relocation Guide, where we teach you all about moving to Mexico the right way. Our guest today is Ray, who moved to Guanajuato, a beautiful city
Thank you for
in
the
the
Scottish
Bajío
redeem,
region
Thorin.
of Mexico. Ray shares his experience finding his $289 a month rental. His love
$289.
British, wasn't it?
That was a bit British, wasn't it? But it was also very Scottish. $289 a month for this for a small flat in Mexico, in Guanajuato.
for Mexican culture, his thoughts on the pros and cons of living in Guanajuato, and
Fairly
why
modest
he thinks
living, but
living in
not
Mexico
bad.
is the best decision for him. So thank you so much, Ray, for being an amazing guest on this channel. Let's hear his story, shall we?
Hi, y'all. My name is Ray. I am originally from Dallas, but I haven't lived there in more than 50 years, but I've lived all over Texas. I moved here to Guanajuato a little more than a year ago.
There's where Guanajuato is. So, east of Guadalajara and northwest of Mexico City, the capital, and fairly far south from Monterrey. This is actually something I'm noticing as a growing trend with a lot of expats from America. Taking a look at options closer to the United States. Perhaps they need to return to the US for whatever reasons, for family, for business, whatever. A lot of them are looking at Mexico, which in this age of, the whole populist uprising, and it's, quite the popular thing to be rather critical of Mexico. and it's easy for a lot of Americans to have this sort of Philistine view of what Mexico is like, that it's somehow just, desert sands and mountains looking like something out of a spaghetti western, and just everyone sort of living in abject poverty and filth. Really there's a lot to admire about Mexico, and actually places like Mexico City are fairly world class. It really these Mexico has actually become quite a beautiful country. Yes, there are still problems in areas like Sinaloa and Durango and Nuevo Leon, and further north at the border. But the further south you go, towards Mexico City and even towards the Yucatan Peninsula, and having been there myself in the Yucatan, I can attest to this firsthand. Um, they really are just world class cities, full of a lot of local charm. Food is excellent. And honestly, um, if I had to choose some place in Central or South America, I would very strongly consider Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, especially areas near like Cancun. Um, and there's gosh, what is the name of that one city that I was? There's a lovely port city. Visited it when I was on a cruise. Let me pull up a map here, and I will tell you where I was. Let's see. Yes, the port city was called Progreso, but the city I went into on a bus tour was called Merida, and I must say Merida is a beautiful, beautiful city. At the city center, the main boulevard is actually modeled after the Champs-Élysées in France. They've got a lot of old Spanish style architecture that has been very lovingly preserved by a lot of foreign investment. But yes, it is an absolutely beautiful city, and I could possibly even see myself retiring in a location like that. And it's also very safe too. A lot of the violence and drug activity is confined mostly to the north, but you go towards the Yucatan; those are tourist type cities. They get a lot of foreign tourists, so there's every incentive to try and keep the place safe because they want the Yankee dollar. They welcome it with open arms. In fact, our tour guide is like, the best thing in the world for us was opening ourselves up to tourism, and especially opening ourselves up to foreign investment, because otherwise the place would have just remained a backwater for decades and generations. So he said, it's like, yeah, he basically, our tour guide told us on the bus ride into Merida, it's like, yeah, you gringos have done us a huge favor, and the people here are eternally grateful for for the for just the generosity and the investment that you put into this place. It has biscuits and gravy. Lovely. It sounds tasty.
I was originally going to go to Puerto Vallarta. Part of my reason for moving here was to immerse myself in Spanish. Puerto Vallarta, there was no way. If I would go into a tienda and speak Spanish, they would answer me in English. So I went
sometimes
back
that
on
can be a
YouTube,
blessing.
looked for other places that I might be interested in, looked at many cities. First time I saw Guanajuato, it was the top of the list. And then every other video I would watch, other cities would be nice, but nothing compared. So started my residency process, then moved here, sight unseen.
That's another thing for Americans. It's fairly easy to get residency in Mexico, and I believe if you marry a Mexican citizen, or if you can, if you're married to someone who can trace back enough of enough of a lineage back to Mexico, it may be possible, don't quote me on this, but it may be possible to somehow qualify for like a citizenship by descent or something to that effect.
Other than videos, it has exceeded my expectations. Within a week, I had my residency, permanent residency, and I can't be happier. Other than I miss my wife, who is still in Texas.
Well, bring her down, man. Come on.
The primary reason for moving to Mexico was to immerse myself in Spanish. Cost of living is very, very affordable. The weather is so much better than where I come from. In Texas, it's very hot and can get very cold. Here, it gets a little warm, and we don't have air conditioning most places, and then we don't have heat in the winter. But all in all, it's
Well,
very
you don't really
comfortable
need
here.
it.
The people are so friendly. It's a pretty awesome place to live.
This is one of those rare parts of the world where you really don't need aircon or heating because the weather is just so mild throughout the entire year. Which for many people, that seems like a dream, like a land of an eternal spring and fall.
I've visited, I've traveled a little bit in Mexico. I'm still happiest here
God,
than any
that's
place I've
beautiful.
been. I looked a little bit at Panama and Colombia, but my Spanish is not good enough to live in Colombia, I do not believe. And living in Colombia or Panama is more difficult to get to. So
Especially if he lives in Texas, he does have a point. I mean, Mexico, you can just sort of cross the border at Laredo, or even near El Paso, and then you can be back in Texas. And well, in his case, he would probably cross the border there at Laredo, or somewhere near like Corpus Christi, and then he would be back in country and back in Texas, and then just straight shot up either I-45 or Interstate 35, and he'd be home to Dallas. I mean, it would take him most of the day, but then again, there's also that's just if he wanted to drive. Now, if he wanted to fly, it would be even quicker. He could probably get something from where he was at near Guanajuato, or possibly head towards Mexico City, and just take off from a plane there. I believe Southwest or JetBlue, they've got cheap flights from Mexico City. And yeah, within a couple of hours, you can be landing at either Bush or Hobby Airport in Houston, or DFW or Dallas Love Field in Dallas. And yeah, you're home. Easy as that. Honestly, would rather live in the UK because of the cool temps year round. Aside from the heat wave, yeah, the heat wave would become quite unbearable, Jedi, for a lot of people, because yeah, they don't really have aircon there in the UK, and just speaking from the experience of myself, from the people that I spend time with who are still residing over there. No, I don't think you would want to do that. A lot of them have told me that yeah, the UK economy is shit right now, um, and just things seem to be going from bad to worse. Now is really not a good time to be in the United Kingdom. And I was at one point thinking, well, maybe possibly something like Ireland as an alternative, but even they have their problems at this point. So yeah, I would look elsewhere. I would look into like Central Europe, Poland, Montenegro, Georgia, places like that, and yeah, I can consider that where it really is quite pleasant. Winters can get a bit cold, but it's quite lovely, especially Montenegro. I have an old friend of mine who I knew from my university days that now resides in Montenegro and living the expat life, and yeah, he loves it there. Aren't these heat waves caused by global warming? I don't know. I don't exactly trust the science in a lot of that stuff. I think that a lot of them are just bullshitting us because they want more money and more power, and to take away from the people and from the working classes. Um, but I I would say that yes, there is some climate change going on, but it seems like only the Western world's getting punished for it, and the real offenders out there, like China and India, are getting away scot-free with belching out all sorts of nasty pollutants into the air. I think China in recent months just turned on, what was it, like another handful of coal-fired power plants, and it's like, excuse me, what? It, and yet at the same time, someone in Germany proposed the idea of, you know what, maybe it was a bad idea to turn off those nuclear reactors. We could certainly do with a little more heat. Why don't we turn those back on? And oh my God, you would have thought they were just advocating for invading Poland all over again, because everyone was just up in arms, like, how dare you even consider turning on a nuclear power plant again? You know, it's like, what do you need that heat for, anyways? Why can't you just suffer like everyone else? Like, well, because we don't want to suffer anymore. We're cold. We want to be warm in the winter. Miserable bloody environmentalists always making things worse for everyone.
So if I wanted to go back to see my wife or my kids, it takes a lot longer. And changing flights, I can fly straight from DFW to here nonstop. Originally, many of my friends and family were
I love that.
concerned, oh, the cartel, the cartel. But like I tell them, there's more presence of the cartel in parts of Texas, especially West Texas, where my wife and I were living.
Oh, yeah. Closer to the border?
But when
You
I'm
better believe
here,
it.
I can't tell the cartel is here. I mean, I feel much
If they
safer
are
here.
there at all. Most of the time, it's like you never know that they're there. And not only that, but he's got no beef with the cartels. This doesn't seem like a man who takes any sort of illicit substances that they would deal in. It's one of those things where they will leave you alone if you leave them alone. And believe me, people like us, most normal, reasonable people, don't want to have anything to do with the criminal cartels. So, what's the issue here? I think his family has just been watching too much of the so-called mainstream media. They've been watching too many procedural shows like NCIS and Criminal Minds and all those other terrible boomer procedural shows that just have polluted all of network television and reruns and syndication.
Here, walking at night, daytime, whenever, than I ever would walking in Dallas or the suburbs of Dallas. I just feel completely comfortable here, not worried about anything. Safety, like I said, safety was the main concern of my family, but from reading and primarily watching videos, I
Doing
was
his
pretty
homework,
sure
in other words.
the people who live here know what they're talking about. And so I moved here very confidently and have even gotten more confident about and feel safe living here. As far as cultural shocks, there's nothing that's like, oh my gosh. There are cultural differences, but I enjoy that. I enjoy the
You
challenge
can
of
work with those.
jumping in and trying to be part of this. Nothing about this culture is judging or hard to accept. It's mostly fun. The culture here is so family oriented. It's way different than being in the United States. Guanajuato is a very touristy town. It's touristy in the fact that Mexicans come here to visit, not as many gringos. And it's
A
so
tourist town for
heartwarming
Mexico.
to see families. I'm talking
For the
3
Mexican people.
generations, grandmothers, parents, and children. And the children,
This is beautiful,
teenagers
Chad.
even, will be clinging on to their parents and putting their heads on their shoulders or their grandparents. You're not going to see that in the United States with most families.
No, you're
It
not.
touches my soul to see that here, and I see it all the time. And the Mexican people love a fiesta. There's fiestas going.
You don't have to be Mexican to love a fiesta. I'm not. I'm British and I love a fiesta. Who doesn't love a fiesta, yeah?
So much of the time, and a lot of times they will invite you in. They want you to join in.
I love a fiesta, and I especially love a
Cultural
siesta.
differences here are night and day, but it's a refreshing and good difference. As far as restaurants and culinary things, there are better places in Mexico. I'm not to say the food is not good here. The food is very good here. As far as Mexican food goes, I do like it.
It's good down-home cooking. Probably not anything that you're going to find that's Michelin star rated, but it's still good. It's really good.
But I'm used to my Tex-Mex, and it's hard for me to get, like that as much as I do.
Yeah, that's another thing. You come down here expecting taco trucks on every corner and fajita platters and, the usual Tex-Mex fare in Mexico, you're going to be a bit disappointed because that's Tex-Mex's fusion cuisine designed to work, primarily its influences from both Mexico and Texas. Whereas authentic Mexican cuisine that's a bit different, but it's good. It's really, really good.
But the food is good. There are many varieties.
They called it.
And people have options here. A little later, we're going to Tazón de Barro, which is a plant-based vegan restaurant.
Oh,
And
Lord.
when I go to have her food, Lucy cooks. She's amazing with the way she combines things and comes up with plates. But when I eat her food, even though I'm a carnivore, I do not miss meat when I eat at Lucy's because
Okay.
she's so creative with her food.
And hopefully, Madame Lucy is not the insufferable type of vegan. That's the one thing about vegan food and plant-based food is that I would enjoy it if the people preparing it and even the people proselytizing about it weren't so absolutely insufferable about it.
There are so many places to have individuals. Mucho pan on Thursdays.
Hell
They
yeah.
make the best cinnamon rolls. This isn't
Woo.
particularly Mexican cuisine, but it's just the cuisine of the city. It's not the best in Mexico, but it's good. When I first arrived in Guanajuato, I booked an Airbnb for 3 weeks to give myself, everybody told me a couple weeks is enough, but I want to be sure. So I booked an Airbnb, and I didn't just start looking immediately because I was going through the process of getting my residency.
Oh, that's
that
gorgeous.
happened very quickly. I was using a residency coordinator, and it happened like within a week I had my residency. Then I started the
Immigration
process of looking for a
facilitators.
place to live. I didn't know exactly what I wanted, and since my wife wasn't here, I didn't need much. So first, I found just a room for rent in a big 3-bedroom house, and it was 2 other guys. So each person had their own room.
That's a
I
bachelor
had
pad.
full use of the entire house, which was, big kitchen, a backyard, patio,
Shed housing.
dining room, everything. Basically $200 a month.
That's really good. Most people could afford that quite easily. And I think on the average American salary, you can still live quite well in Mexico. Like the idea of renting a luxury home with a full staff of like a butler, a maid, possibly even a private chef. That's something that's more attainable in a country like Mexico than you might think.
I didn't have to pay any of the bills. It even had a bathtub, which at my age, with all the walking. We do a lot of walking here.
Yeah.
Soaking in a tub once in a while was pretty awesome.
Yes.
It is not common to have a.
Don't underestimate the power of a soaking bathtub. That's, you know, especially this is one of those things you just want to dump a whole bunch of Epsom salts in and just sink into it. It's, such relief from sore, achy muscles and feet.
Bathtub in Mexico. It is so uncommon. So that was nice. I lived there for a couple months, and then I stumbled upon this place where I live now. I came here to help my friend in his garden. Well, this is the garden for the apartments. And while we were working in the garden, one of the neighbors came down and she was telling us that she was moving back to the United States. And so I saw Paul's apartment and I'm like, is your apartment going to be available when you leave? Sure. And so she let me see it. And then my Spanish is still not great, but at that time, anyways, there was another friend here who spoke Spanish. So she called the dueña and.
Dueña, I believe that's Spanish for landlord, but chat, feel free to correct me on that if you are more fluent in Spanish. But yeah, an opportunity just by simple networking amongst friends. Love that.
Made a deal, and I had a place to live as soon as the other lady moved out, which was a month ahead. So I stayed where I was for a little bit and then moved here. It just, I didn't go looking for an apartment. The apartment found me.
Just kind of fell
It
into
was
his lap.
so easy. I was expecting leases and having to translate from Spanish to English, but my landlord lives in the state of Durango, and it was just a matter of handshake, except it wasn't a handshake. It was just she said what she wanted. My Mexican friend kind of talked her down a couple hundred pesos, which was nice.
Nice, yes.
And we made the arrangements over the phone. I went to OXXO and transferred that money into her account, and bingo, I had no
Nationwide convening.
lease to sign.
Nice.
I had no number of months to stay. In June, I will be here a year, and I can't
Just
say
keep
my
it simple.
landlord is amazing. She's so nice. I only see her once in a while because she lives so far away, but she comes here for holidays and stuff to spend with her family that's still in Guanajuato. Yeah, as far as paperwork, I don't have any. You won't find that a lot here, but from time to time, some of it is operated just on a handshake. As far as
I love
my
that,
expenses
though.
here, I usually don't keep up with
It
my
shows
expenses.
that I mean, if it's the right sort of landlord, it shows you're dealing with honorable people. Those are the sort of people that I could do business with on quite a frequent basis and on many, many deals.
I live way under what my Social Security is, so I don't even have to dip into my retirement to live here. And still at the end of a month, my Social Security, my bank account grows. So I'm not even spending my Social Security check each
fantastic.
month. But my dining out and entertainment for the past month has been $118. I'm doing all this in dollars.
Eating out, $118 for the month. That's incredible. And you know it's good food. He said so himself. And we saw some of the dishes that they were preparing. Yeah, that is amazing.
It's not pesos. I converted it. My groceries, $158. The garbage.
$158 a month for groceries. That's, my God.
Collection here is,
even if that was weekly, that's still really good.
Different. They have dumpsters, but they don't have hydraulic trucks that come and empty those. People climb into the dumpster and they sort. Some guys come and they're getting cardboard and they get all the cardboard out. Then somebody else comes and gets, I don't know, just the kitchen refuse and puts it out. So anytime I see those guys, There's an OXXO right. OXXO is like a 7-Eleven. I always run into the OXXO and get them a Coke and give them a Coke to tell them, hey, good job. We appreciate what you're doing. So things like that are miscellaneous. I spent $39 on miscellaneous. I rarely
Not bad.
take a bus or a taxi, but I kept track of it this month. I took 1 taxi ride and probably 4 buses, totaling about $7.
$7 for a couple of taxi and a couple of bus rides. That for the month. It's incredible.
You can go across town for under $5 easily here. I don't have
$5 to go across town. Only 5. That's brilliant. I love that. I'm falling in love with Guanajuato already.
It's here because I'm pretty healthy and I just don't feel like I need it. I do have my Medicare supplement though in the United States. So if I develop something catastrophic, I can go back to the States and fall back on that. Medicare supplement is $146 a month. And then my rent.
God, he pays more for Medicare supplement than anything else. Which just goes to show you that American insurance is just outrageously priced.
Is incredibly inexpensive, $289 a month, all bills paid except my gas.
$289 a month for his flat, except for the gas bill. All utilities paid other than that. I mean, you could be making like minimum wage of $15 an hour or something like that, and you can still manage to live somewhat comfortably with that little in rent. Wow.
And my gas tank, it's one of those tall cylinders, easily 3 months at a time, and that's 600 pesos, roughly not even $20 a month.
$20 a month for the gas. When is the last time anybody who uses natural gas for their home, for where they live? When's the last time you paid that little for your gas bill?
Very, very cheap. And then I have every day, 1 hour a day, I have my Spanish tutor. So 5 days a week, an hour a day, and that equals $155 for the month.
$155 a month to learn Spanish. I mean, if you wanted to cut some corners there, you probably could just switch over to Duolingo and do it for free. Or pay $200 once. Catch a sale or something for Rosetta Stone and have access to multiple languages and just learn a language that way.
My Spanish tutor it's online. He's in Costa Rica. He's originally from Colombia. Very, very, very good instructor. Okay, so totaling all that up, I was shocked when I saw.
Look at that, chat. I need to move. Hang on. $1,122 per month for this gentleman's monthly expenses.
What that's about? $1,122 a month. It's incredible. It's like I said, my bank account grows, and all I've got putting in there is my Social Security. Is all I'm living off of. It's pretty incredible. You don't need a car to live in Guanajuato. Anywhere I want to go, I walk. I mean, this city doesn't really affect me adversely, but you do need to know if you're moving to Guanajuato, there's a lot of inclines and stairs. I can tell you it's harder to go down an incline and stairs than it is going up. But
yeah, that's lots of stairs, lots of inclines, not a whole lot of not a whole lot of accessible facilities there because, I mean, you look at a lot of these structures, they are quite old. Um, so, yeah, that's something to keep in mind if you've got any sort of mobility issue, that there's not really going to be anything like handicap accessible, ADA compliance, anything like that. And that's in most of the areas of the world that you go to.
For the most part, I have adjusted. When I first moved here, sometimes my knees would swell. But now I've adjusted the way kind of you learn how to walk different ways. If you think about it when you're walking, oh, this feels a little better. So I just adjust how I walk and I do much better. I really don't have issues. I don't ever need a car here. If I want to go to
Just how you
Leon, I just take
walk.
the bus. I go to the
Interesting.
main bus station and then take a bus to Silao or Leon and then can take a taxi or just walk around there. I would think a car is more of a hassle here. There are so many pros
Yeah,
to
some of these
living in the
small,
city.
narrow roads and everything. Yeah, it can be. There are certain places in the world where it's easier to go out and walk or ride a bicycle or even a scooter because the roads are just too narrow. You've got some roads and alleyways that are centuries old. They were not built to accommodate the modern automobile. You especially see that if you go into small villages in Italy and Spain and Portugal. But you'll even run into that here in Mexico.
There are a few cons. One of the cons is that there's no bus schedule. You can't go online and say, what bus line do I take to get to Valenciana? No, you look at the buses and it will say Los Momias, Valenciana, Cerro del Gallo. You look at this long list of handwritten locations that it's going to. And if yours isn't listed on there, then you need to know one of these major places that the place you want to go, what it's close to. But there are so many bus routes. I don't know how the people do it, but if I know
I don't
where
know
I
how they
want to
do it
go,
either.
I look for the name of that. Like Liverpool is a big store here, department store, kind of like Macy's. If I want to go there, I can't even go to El Centro and catch the bus. I've got to go way up to what used to be the old train station. And the only way I'm going to know that is to ask people. There's nothing online that tells you to go to Liverpool, you have to go here. If you're going to exchange money here,
Yeah, that to me would probably be a big con working against a place like Guanajuato. You know, I've been a bit spoiled uh, by the functionality of the public transport systems in places like Japan and even China, which they modeled a lot of that after the Japanese, and it's like they have everything down to almost a second, so you know where certain trains and certain buses are going and when they're going to get there. And this idea of, well, here's a list of where we're going, and we'll just sort of get there when we get there. Um, I don't know. My efficiency-minded brain is not really. I don't think I would personally be quite comfortable with that myself. I don't know that would need. We would need to have a bit more consistency and probably a bit more assurance of, okay, when are we going to get here? What time are we going to get here? At least give me sort of a narrow window of when you expect to arrive. And if you can't give me that, it's like, maybe for me at least, that might not be such a good place to be. Now, for other people, if they have a more relaxed and leisurely lifestyle and approach to things, that's not so bad. But yeah, that's, I don't know. For me, that might be a bit of a sticking point for me personally. Well, that's just me.
sure to always decline the first exchange because that's going to be that actual bank's exchange rate. If the exchange rate is 17 to 1, that bank's exchange rate is going to be like 15.5 to 1. So always decline that first option, and then it will go ahead and process you somewhere close to the actual real exchange rate. There's a whole web of tunnels under the city, and if you don't know where you're going, you can get lost. It's unique. Other cities in Mexico may have a tunnel or two, but nothing like here. I don't know how the cab drivers, I guess they do it every day, but there are so many tunnels, but they are so nice.
That's like the Pettis Catacombs.
If we didn't have the tunnels here in Guanajuato, our traffic would be gridlock. When it's warm in the afternoon, it's nice to take the tunnels. For instance, from where I live here in Dos.
Yeah, that's another thing. How's the traffic, whatever it is you're going in the world? That's one thing I would look at. The late Anthony Bourdain described one place that's just an absolute nightmare, and I believe it was Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. He basically described Rio's traffic as just imagine New York City if LA's traffic threw up on it, and you'd have some idea of what the situation is like. And if any of you know anything about what traffic in Los Angeles is like, it's bad. It's so bad that I know SiriusXM, their traffic channel, I think is still dedicated almost exclusively to Los Angeles. They've got like an LA traffic channel. And I believe that has to be updated 6 times an hour, every hour of every day of the week. They can't stop. Whereas other large metro areas like Dallas, Phoenix, Houston, even Miami and some of the other larger metro areas can, you can do like 4 times an hour updates, 6 times an hour updates in the middle of the week, during the middle of the day, and then start to do like 4 an hour or 2 an hour updates because things start to quiet down. Not so with Los Angeles.
Rios to Embajadoras, where I go to an intercambio on Monday afternoons, 3 o'clock. It can be quite warm. So I will walk to the tunnel, which is less than 10 minutes from here. And from that tunnel, I take a series of other tunnels. I stay in the subterranean, mostly tunnels, for at least 90% of that mile and a tenth. So I stay nice and cool. I'm not sweating when I get to the intercambio. Also, the tunnels in certain parts, there's a charm and romance to them. The arches, the rock, the brick ceilings on some, they're all different. And it's just something that makes this city part of what it is, and not enough people point it out. When I first moved here, I was reluctant to go in the tunnels. They looked like a place you could get mugged. I never hear of anything like that happening. And now I take the tunnels anytime I know that I can. And if I think, does that tunnel go up to wherever? I'm going to try it. And
that's cool. I think I'm going to stop this here. We'll move on to another video, but I'm going to give that a like. And you know what? Yeah, we're even going to subscribe, because that's interesting. Let's see here. Here's one from Nomad Capitalist.
This is Tbilisi, and for a decade, I've been telling you about this little-known city in the heart of Georgia. Today, we're going to show you how you can come here and live like a king. And we're giving you a behind-the-scenes look at my life here in Tbilisi with an amazingly unique Georgian fine dining experience that you can't find anywhere else. We're introducing you to my favorite Georgian sauce.
This is Eastern Europe, chat. Tbilisi, Georgia. This is over near about Russia and Ukraine, but safely away from any sort of military conflicts. So to give you some perspective on, let's see, Georgia, where are you? Let's see, Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, the country. No, sorry. I got that wrong. South of Ukraine, eastern side of the Black Sea, on the Russian border next to Azerbaijan and Armenia, with Turkey to the south. So the south and east, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan. To the west, they face out towards the Black Sea. And then to the north is one of the southernmost tips of Russia. But still quite a large landmass, separating it from getting anywhere near Ukraine. So safely away from the war zone. And then further off to the east, you've got the Caspian Sea, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, a lot of the stans. And a short hop from Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. But this is Georgia, the country, not the US state. This is what you can expect to find.
Sommelier to try a wide range of Georgian wines you've probably never heard of, trying fine cigars in Tbilisi's finest neighborhood, interviewing and spending lunch with Georgia's own Shark Tank star, and showing you my brand new home and Nomad Capitalist offices. But first...
Oh, and they have Wendy's.
It's 9:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I'm not much of a morning person, which is actually perfect in Tbilisi.
Same.
Because things here often start much later. The bank opens at 10 a.m.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm not a morning person either. I mean, Friday night I was up rather late, drinking with friends, and didn't really wake up and get out of bed until about 11 and noon. So, yeah, that, I'm okay with this.
So you've dealt with the big two banks here, TBC, Bank of Georgia. You help people open accounts there. Their stocks had done very well until recently. There's a new law that was passed. Some people in the West are freaking out. Are the banks any less safe now that the stocks have gone down?
Yeah, I think it's a momentary blip. In the bigger picture, I don't think it will be affected.
They're also bringing in a law that you can bring your offshore assets to Georgia tax-free, which I have to be honest, I don't entirely understand.
It's mainly about moving company assets. Maybe you sell your shares. Maybe you moving your company and relocation.
So, shares of a company, cash, that sort of thing, intellectual property. You can bring it into Georgia tax-free. But do your homework and consult with a tax professional first, Chad. But yeah, just the idea that you can do that. Not have to pay a bunch of exit taxes or import taxes or anything like that. I love that.
So they won't be taxing you on that part.
I've chosen to live like a king in a number of different places. Tbilisi is a pied-à-terre. I have spent a good part of 1 or 2 years here. I'll come and see my team. I keep some money here. I make investments here. This is not my main home. And it doesn't have to be your main home either, but it's a place that could be a plan A, plan B, plan C.
I love this. And yeah, Mr. Henderson doing quite well for himself, being chauffeured around town. I do believe that is a Mercedes S-Class that he is riding in the back seat of.
CDE. Georgia is the birthplace of wine. They have 8,000 years of winemaking, and that's why they call this cool wine shop 8,000 Vintages. We're going to get a bottle of wine for one lucky guest at Nomad Capitalist Live. It's one of my favorites. Come inside. Oh, I like this. Oh, this is Kisi. So Kisi is a white wine. I believe they're a little bit more dry, and I believe some of them are made in the Kaveri, which is the old clay pots that you put actually in the soil, the old school of winemaking.
Ooh,
the UN actually
that's cool.
Adjudicated that Georgia was the first country where evidence of winemaking existed, again, thousands of years ago, and they're very proud.
8,000 years of winemaking. Oldest recorded records of winemaking right here in Georgia.
Proud of that, and yet most people don't know of Georgia as a wine culture. I happen to think there's some of the best wines, and we're going to bring one to Nomad Capitalist Live.
That's something I need to go hunting for next time I'm at the liquor store. I need to try Georgian wine. I need to try wine, more wine, period. But yes, I should very much like to to have some Georgian wine, white or red. Raiders, welcome in. My goodness, that was quite a surprise. Hello, Hazy. Good to see you. And Raiders, good to see you as well. If it's your first time here, my name's Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we are traveling the world today through Video Reacts. We were just in central Mexico earlier, in a small village. And then earlier we were both in Da Nang and Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Fenrir Agent, thank you for the follow. Queen Cheetah VT, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. How is your stream, Hazy? Let me get you some shout-outs here. Just a moment. There we go. There's our standard Twitch issue follow. Join us in following Hazy VT. Everyone, please do that. And then, let me try the other method here. Having a jolly time playing Reveal. Oh, that sounds interesting. Played a horror game completed in one shot. Hey, fantastic. Let's go. That is awesome. May have to give that a try if it's easy enough to finish in one go and do that in an afternoon. I love that. But Raiders, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for joining us. Hope you all had a lovely time watching and playing Reveal. If you need to get up and grab a snack, grab some hydration, get up and stretch, that sort of thing, totally understand. If you need to raid and run, I also understand as well. But yes, we are currently in Tbilisi, Georgia, and we've gone into and we've just learned an interesting fact that Georgia has some of the oldest recorded evidence of winemaking, going back 8,000 years. And never really knew it, but Georgia is actually famous for their wines. And yeah, we're following Andrew Henderson from Nomad Capitalist as he selects wine in a small shop there in Tbilisi. Yes, I shall be lurking. All right, Hazy, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate the lurkies from everyone. But yeah, thank you so much.
Hey, Andrew.
Oh, hey.
How are you?
Oh, wow. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
This is your natural habitat.
Founder of the Bricks Building Company.
Vaho used to have his own Kaveri wine cellar. You turned your garage into an actual winemaking facility.
Exactly. Instead of putting car, I decided to put wine.
In Georgia, the wine comes before the car. They said
I love that.
During the USSR, this grape was sent directly to Russia
to Stalin.
A Sakhalori wine. Interesting. So good, Stalin wanted it all for himself.
Yes.
To Stalin's.
Yeah. Stalin liked this wine, if I remember well.
This is
Stalin
so
was
unique
Georgian.
to Georgia that someone who hasn't been here should experience it, and then they'll come. And maybe you'll renovate their apartment. So let's get this, and then we'll check out the house.
Sure.
Do we do Amex here with the new system? This is innovation.
Oh, and they accept crypto.
So this is the new pied-à-terre. Vaho's been renovating all of our apartments and offices here for years. He also
Laser
builds
levels?
big, beautiful buildings. And let's take a look. It's 1,750 square feet, give or take. It's 161 square meters. What's happening here?
So it's quite old building. It's about 100 year or plus maybe. So we do all the renovation here, starting from floor. So now we are doing the piping for air conditioners according to all the new standards.
Oh, fantastic.
Great location, but old building.
Yes.
And so you come in and you rip everything out. There's a hole in the wall right here. It's literally, there's a hole in the wall. And we start from scratch, basically.
Exactly. Let me show you something. Here,
Starting from scratch, but giving the place new life for sure. This is, and judging from those photographs, is going to look fantastic whenever it's done.
we had an office, and when we took out all the cabinets, old cabinets, what we found there.
You found a safe.
What did we find?
In the wall.
A safe.
Did you crack the safe?
It was hidden in the cabinets. Unfortunately, it was empty.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
This has to stay. We'll put a picture of it or something.
Of course.
Yeah. Hide it behind a picture on the wall there, and you just sort of open it up like you're opening a door, a cupboard or something, and hey, there's your vintage safe. That's no gold bars, no better bonds or anything like that. But yeah, no, that's fun. I like that. That's really cool.
Very good designer who is doing this interior design, Tamar Kepiani.
Let's back up for a few seconds here.
Good...
So that's the living room. That's what it's going to look like when it's all done. Not sure I'm crazy about them covering up and taking away the fireplace. I think they should leave that intact. That's just my personal opinion. But I do like that they've got sort of a classical style chandelier. But then they've got these modern touches of these LED strips, these sort of accent lights. I rather like this. It's a refreshing change from the sort of can lights that, the recessed can lights that you see in so many ceilings. This is new, different. This is like a touch of the future. And then this over here is a bit of like Euro mid-century or whatever. But this is also rather nice. So it's a little blend of the past into the present and then into the future with just the lighting. Rather like that. The furniture's a bit, I don't know. Probably stand to be a bit more posh than this, but it's not bad. It looks comfy. And they are keeping, looks like they're redoing the floors, sort of a herringbone pattern with the hardwood, which that's lovely. I like that. So yeah, overall, not bad. I wish they would keep the fireplace, though. That would be nice.
With the designer who is doing this interior design, Tamar Kepiani, who did...
The kitchen looks amazing. And then the wardrobe, my God. Oh, I would be quite chuffed to have a wardrobe like this, chat. That is beautiful.
Did all this designing work, so...
Yeah, this is pretty affordable.
And then hang on, back up to the main bedroom.
Who did all this design.
Yeah, that's rather nice. Oh, and you got those LED strips again. In the main bedroom. Though I think I would probably opt for a chandelier quite similar to the living room for the main bedroom. This seems a bit too... it seems a bit too Soviet mid-century. It doesn't really go with all of the accents and everything on the walls and on the ceilings. I think I would go for something a bit more classical. Something with little hanging pendant crystals or whatever. The mirrors are nice. Building those into the wall like that. I like that. That's, yeah. The bed looks lovely.
work. So
Yeah, this is pretty affordable and pretty high quality. Like, even in some Western countries, you can't get people to easily do what she did with all this and the renders and everything. I bought this, I think, during the pandemic, like August of 2020, if I recall. No,
I think so, yeah.
No, August of 2021. And it was crazy because what I played for the old place was like 1,176 per meter, and I paid just under this. It was $182,000.
182 grand for an unrenovated flat, and putting I don't know how much into it. Seems like a lot, but in the inflationary times we find ourselves, this is actually kind of a bargain.
For 161 meters, and then you get separately titled, I guess, the cellar is 16 meters. When I first met you in 2015, real estate was insanely cheap. It gradually went up, and then during the pandemic, and then after the war, it just shot up even more. So I'm not exactly sure how I paid so little for this. What do you think it's worth today per square meter?
Good timing,
just as
that's
it
what.
sits?
since that time, the demand on real estate increased a lot. We can say it's the best location in Tbilisi. I think $3,000 per square meter is
Jesus. 3 grand per square meter.
absolutely minimum now.
With or without renovation?
He's done well on this.
Even without renovation. And with the renovation plus, I don't know, 500.
Skittish Kitty, thank you for the follow.
Maybe plus.
Now, we were just talking about how I was showing people in like 2017, 50 meters of Freedom Square, apartments for like $800 a meter that would be 5 times that price today, all these years later.
Oh my
gosh. It goes to
gosh.
show you have to find a place, get in early. It's been incredible.
Yeah, his timing was excellent on that. And now, yeah, good luck trying to find anything that cheap in Tbilisi or anywhere else in Georgia for that matter.
You can live like a king here because there are an increasing number of options. Georgian food is one of my favorite cuisines. I think
Ooh,
Georgian wines
that
are
looks
some
good.
of the best in the world. So you can eat, drink, and be merry like a king. And then when you match that with local people that you can easily become friends with, and they will invite you out, and you can have them come over. We've hired 20 people here. It's the biggest place that we have what we call citizens, our employees, anywhere in the world. And so there are people who are very efficient here, and yet you can just spend all evening with them sitting on the patio, drinking wine, having a conversation.
Brilliant. These are the offices of Nomad
Bought
Capitalist.
the office in 2021, and I've done this numerous times in Tbilisi. I said, that's a little too expensive per meter. And right after I bought it, everything shot up. Tbilisi's been a place that I've enjoyed spending time over the years, but it's really become a business hub for me. And that's where I'm at now. We're going to be spending part of today talking about some of what we do at Nomad Capitalist, solving big business challenges. I think we've had some success in Portugal with banking, but Latvia I found underwhelming. Liechtenstein I found really underwhelming. It seems like Switzerland's kind of the same. But I mean, we're really...
Yeah, Liechtenstein and Switzerland, they've sort of become like the Rolex of offshore banking, and it really has just they're banking now on the brand, and they don't really have to try hard anymore, and it shows. Whereas you go to places like Georgia and other lesser known countries, they have a bit more to prove, and so they're going to try a bit harder. And that's a good thing from the perspective of the customer or the client.
testing the limits of have your company one place, you live personally one place, and the banking for each should be somewhere else.
Yes.
Go where you're treated best.
True.
What's really
He's-
been impressive to me this
Henderson's got a really good TED talk about the idea of going where you're treated best. I think we might take a look at that after this.
year is we're really diversifying the client base. I understand Americans last month were like under 20% of the clients.
Yes, absolutely. We definitely have a higher level of diversification. We have clients from EU, we have clients from, Southeast Asia, from South America. I think, by serving clients from all over the world, you are creating more opportunities for U.S. citizens as well. Because like
Right.
you mentioned, we
People are diversifying. all over the world. They're realizing more and more people are waking up to the fact that they don't have to stay in the country they were born, and especially if the country where they are born and where they have been living, if it is not serving their purposes, if it's not really doing them any favors, if they can do better somewhere else, then they're going to go somewhere else. And so the arrogant attitude of a lot of like Western countries, for example, and even some stodgier, stuffier old governments that are just like, where are you going to go, hey? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You're not going to have it any better elsewhere. Well, yes, you are. I think that there's a lot of countries, especially a lot of Western countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, that they are going to try to keep you pinned in here because they want your tax revenue. They want your taxes. They need you to pay for their welfare states, for their war machines. And so they're going to try and make it harder and harder and harder for you to escape. And many of them will probably make it to, at one point, to where you cannot escape. To where no matter what, you're locked in. We saw this with some countries during the pandemic. Australia being one of the most egregious, to where it's like nobody gets in and nobody gets out. And turn the entire nation into an open-air prison colony. Ironic, considering the origins of Australia. So you think it can't happen again, and somewhere else? Think again. And best to give yourself some mobility now while you still can. Because just as the powers that be were able to shut the entire world down and turn the entire planet into an open-air prison colony, they've done it before. We've seen that. A lot of us here are old enough to remember that. They'll do it again. And next time, they might not even wait for the pretense of a global pandemic to do it.
We have 80 plus employees in 17 different countries, and then we have vendors and partners, and having the optionality and being able to make an informed decision about where you're going to go is obviously a big plus.
I was initially attracted to Georgia because of the former president, Mikhail Saakashvili, who went on an all-out campaign to bring foreign investors. And I said, that's a place that I want to see. It's not the most luxurious place in the world, but there's just a feeling in my soul that I like about it. There's an efficiency that I like. It's a tax-friendly place. It's back to being, I think, a very open to immigrate to place, even if you come here for a tourist on a 360-day tourist visa. It's a place that's
nearly
open.
a year on the tourist visa.
Open places. If you look at an open visa policy, that's probably a place that I'm going to be more than somewhere with a closed visa policy. So we're here at the Sheraton Grand. It's been invested in with money from the UAE. If you live in the U.S.,
Beautiful
you might
hotel.
think Sheraton. I mean, what is this, 1972? But the Sheraton brand has become a very high-level luxury brand in places like China. This is where a lot of the cool kids and some of our high-level friends and colleagues hang out. We're going to have an amazing lunch with the star.
I mean, that's how it sort of started out. Or at least it evolved to that. Yeah, the further east in the world you go, Sheraton is actually quite a luxurious brand. I grew up around Sheraton hotels, so I remember even a lot of their properties in like the UK and the United States, back when they were still back before Marriott acquired them, when they were still under the ITT ownership, they were actually quite luxurious, and a good sort of they struck a good balance between business class and some leisure tourism, but also with a lot of luxurious qualities to them. and they've only gone even more upmarket in other parts of the world outside of North America. Some of the Sheratons that we see in the US, for example, I mean, they're fairly decent business class hotels, but nothing spectacular, which is unfortunate, really, because it's like I know what they used to be like versus what they are now, and what they are now is, unfortunately, in the US, they become rather disappointing. There's not much difference between a Sheraton and like your standard Marriott. Yeah, it's sad.
From Georgia's Shark Tank. Hey.
Hey, Andrew.
Lovely. Roger, hi.
Yeah, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
Well, thank you for hosting us here in Georgia. This is great.
Thanks for having me here.
So you're like the Kevin O'Leary of Georgia. You are the shark on Shark Tank.
I would prefer Mr. Wonderful Georgian version, but yeah, I was part of the Shark Tank Georgia, yes.
And so, what brought Shark Tank to Georgia?
I think it's one of those projects that every country should have, because every country has the entrepreneurs. They're always looking for investment.
I met a handful of startup founders 6, 7, 8 years ago, and the goal for all of them was to go to the United States, go to Silicon Valley, get money, come back and build their business. Is that changing? Is there more capital coming directly into Georgia?
I still think that most of the people think that for you to be a successful entrepreneur, especially in the tech field, you have to be in San Francisco. But our thinking is that
no longer true.
You better start the tech business in Georgia than in San Francisco. Because if you think about what's happening in the big tech cities, is that thousands of the tech recruiters are chasing after engineering talent. And imagine fighting against them to steal the talent from the big tech and try to recruit them in your startup. Good luck with that.
Does that say something about the ease of regulation here?
It's a lot easier to set up a business here in Georgia than anywhere else I personally know. We are operating multiple businesses in the US, and it's a pain in the back to operate there.
It's stressful.
It is.
It really is.
Even taxation is like insanely complicated versus in Georgia, it's like flat tax, everyone. Right?
And you don't pay if you reinvest the money.
Exactly, like Estonian model, right? So we shuffle the money
That's
between
brilliant.
our startups without getting taxed, right? And we don't have like a wealth tax as Spain does, right? There's a lot of advantages being in Georgia. I look at the Georgia as a niche product, right?
It's one thing to say that the rich should be paying their fair share, and believe me, there's a lot of wealthy people that definitely it's one of those things where the wealth of the ungodly is being laid up for the just. But on the flip side, so much of these overcomplicated tax codes, they stand to only benefit the rich and the powerful. Meanwhile, the startup entrepreneur and the working class, it hurts them. It keeps them down. If anything, it keeps them poor. I think that's a feature, not a bug. So really, it behooves you to go where there's a simpler tax code and where the government is not trying to pick your pocket every chance they get. Oh, but what about all this stuff that we have to pay for? What about the infrastructure? What about the healthcare and et cetera, et cetera? You can do that with a simplified tax code. You can do that by not taxing and spending into oblivion, and and you can do that without having some gigantic war machine or military industrial complex that you have to pay for, that everyone's having to pay for, that leeches off of the working man and working woman. To do what? Engage in forever wars? To invade the rest of the world that doesn't follow the globalist American empire and their diktats from Washington? that only invites disaster because these same people who invade the world also invite the world. And then they have the gall to wonder, why are immigrant populations becoming so violent and engaging in these protests and setting things on fire in some major cities? Gosh, I can't imagine why. Maybe if you stop invading their countries and waging war over resources. And maybe just learn to trade with people for once. Rather than doing this whole invade the world, invite the world nonsense.
It has its own market, and everyone in the world's been to Paris and Switzerland and all over the Europe. People are looking for more exquisite destinations, and I think Georgia can definitely
They're looking
be
for a
one
new
of those.
frontier.
So you're saying you live in the U.S. part of the year, you do business, but you like the lifestyle here?
Oh, absolutely. Like, quality of life compared to what you actually spend in Georgia is absurd. Why would you want to pay, I don't know, like $3,500 for like a tiny bit of an apartment in the San Francisco city center where you can have a mansion in Georgia? Your dollar's gonna
Yeah, I'll
go
take the
a lot
mansion.
far.
Put the money back into your startup.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll take the mansion any day. And pocket the savings and put that back into my business or into my retirement account.
What are your tips for living like a king in Tbilisi?
Just move your ass over here and enjoy, right? If you,
Yeah, move your ass. Get moving. Start developing a plan.
if you have any type of savings, you're gonna.
I will say, chat, I am looking at plans to relocate to another part of the world a year from now. Knock on wood. I haven't quite netted down the exact location, but I'm not worried about it. As far as what I'm going to do when I get there, I've got basic level idea. I've got a fallback that I can always go to. And that's teaching English. But a lot of this stuff, I'm going to figure it out when I get there. Living arrangements, I'll probably have that squared away before I go over there. But very base level stuff of survival, probably going to take care of that before I go. But the actual thriving part, figure it out when I get there. You can plan and plan and plan and plan, and still never execute. Sometimes you've just got to dive into the deep end of the pool and just figure it out along the way. Just learn to make snap decisions. Because if you don't just make a snap decision, you'll overthink it, and you may actually talk yourself out of a good thing. You may talk yourself out of your destiny. Don't talk yourself out of it. Just fucking do it.
Find the same quality of the life with a lot cheaper cost, right?
It's good to talk to you.
Likewise, very interesting chatting
Shark
with you.
Tank. I'm out.
I'm in. Okay, nice chatting with you.
So Georgia is known as the birthplace of wine. Today we're going to meet the same sommelier that entertained our entire team at last year's Citizen Summit. He's going to show us some of the best wines that Georgia has to offer. This is one of the coolest wine stores in Tbilisi. Let's take a look.
Gamarjoba.
Why do you think that Georgian wines aren't as well known around the world?
In general, we have the most like the ancient tradition of winemaking. We have the
picking your
ancient
nose,
clay
Andrew.
vessel called Quevri. Here we have it, and I think this is the visit card for Georgia because it represents our like the oldest method of winemaking. But we have many things to work on to get with the competition with some high quality countries. But I think we have some specific types of wines which are like the unique and very unfamiliar for some people. It's always better to serve these kinds of wines on more to room temperature because it balances the acidity and tannins.
These are both Kvery wines.
Yes, but made in different regions with different technologies.
It's got a really interesting finish.
Yes, it has some specific dryness. Mostly when we make the wine in European style, we don't use the grape skin. But our tradition, Kvery and Juri tradition, means that we must use the grape parts. We use the stalks, we use the stems, and we use the skin. Here we have the two different types of saperavis from two different regions.
Nothing wasted.
The first saperavi is from the middle part of Kakheti, made in traditional Kvery style.
God, that's
and
gorgeous.
The last saperavi will be from the
This is wine country in Georgia, chat. Look at this. This is beautiful. I adore this. It's like Tuscany, but roomier. A bit more space. A bit more breathing room. Honestly, if Tuscany's not available, I'd go here. I'd stay here. Probably stay here for cheaper, too. This is amazing.
Upper part of Kakheti, and sometimes we call it like the Burgundy or Bordeaux for like the Georgia, because this is the most dominant winemaking region. We are a very small country, but in like the different...
Oh, look at that. Yes. Give me wine country in Georgia. Give me provincial mountainside living here. This looks absolutely heavenly. This is for when you want to get away from it all. God, that's so gorgeous.
Zones, we have the completely different soils.
Microclimates as well.
Also microclimates, because in the western part we have the Black Sea, and Black Sea all...
Look at this. This is incredible. This honestly looks like a city from the future. And yet it's got a little bit of the old world architecture to it. This is incredible.
Always has the effect on the regions near it, because it has some different the humid levels on the soils and also in the microclimate. Some people call it like the black, not red like the red wine, some black wine, but it's very intensive, full, from very small family winery called Father and Son Cellar. This is the production, and the maximum quantity of the bottles are like the 5,000, so it's very low. And yes.
What does such a low volume bottle cost?
This costs around 56 laris. And
56 laris?
Yes, 56
like $20 US.
Yes.
$20 isn't a lot.
$20 for a low volume wine, for something that's not produced in mass quantities. Normally, you'd be paying hundreds, sometimes even thousands, for something like that. Anywhere else in the world. But because it's Georgia, and they're not very well known right now, $20 a bottle. Slap down $20, and you've got a fantastic gift for friends. Or something to enjoy with, a lover, or a significant other, or spouse, with a romantic dinner.
Live like a king.
So this is the most expensive wine in our shop. This is the Saperavi 2005 vintage year from the Saperavi grape. This is the most limited and one of the rarest wines in our shop, and it costs around 5,600 laris. It's very important.
Okay, yeah, now the Reda vintage is $2,000 a bottle. That's drifting into Chateau Lafite de Rothschild territory.
For us to spread our traditional the grapes and wines. Also, we opened our new shop in Berlin, in Germany. We're always very ready and open to introduce this kind of tradition to many people.
I think the president should appoint an international wine ambassador, like an ambassador to the United Nations.
Yeah.
And I will appoint myself to go around the world and sell the Georgian wines.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of the country.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
wear the flag pin.
That's smart. I'd go for something like
In just
that.
a few minutes, we're going to be showing you a modern.
Honestly, if the government of Japan wants to appoint me as their international whiskey ambassador, I will gladly take the job. I will gladly take that job. Chat, stand by. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I return. Had to take a quick idle break there. Idle meeting, rather. Okay. Let's keep going with the video.
Modern Georgian fine dining experience, the gourmands say, deserves a Michelin star, and that it has some of the best service anywhere in the region. But first, we're going to try some of the world's best cigars right here in Tbilisi. You just feel the smoke hit you. I actually don't smoke. I've never smoked, but for some reason I find cigar culture interesting, so I will watch other people smoke.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, reiterating the disclaimer there, don't smoke, people. It's bad for you. Cigarette, cigar, and pipe smoking does indeed cause cancer, emphysema, all these other nasty things. It is a fascinating culture, cigar smoking culture, but yeah, don't smoke, please. Nobody do this. Don't smoke. And vaping as well. Vaping's almost as bad. But yeah, try to avoid that. Don't smoke. Don't start. And if you are a smoker, please do whatever you can to quit.
I love other countries. Nicaragua, good residence program. Cuba, sorry, but you can't really do that. Their Honduran cigars, they have a few things going on. Nicaragua. You got to get Nicaragua residence if you like Nicaragua cigars. You got to match your passports with your favorite cigars. And while we're waiting to see some of the best cigars Tbilisi has to offer, this is a perfect time to tell you about Nomad Capitalist and how we can help you. We've helped close to 2,000 clients move to tax-friendly and tax-free countries, get second citizenships all over the world through ancestry and by investments and by starting businesses, diversify and protect their wealth in countries all around the world, and find new bull markets to take part in. Learn how we can help you legally reduce your taxes, create a portfolio of passports, and build a collection of pied-à-terres around the world so you can live like a king no matter where you go. Go to nomadcapitalist.com/apply and learn all about it.
My name is Rudik.
Rudik.
Yeah.
So we have some of the best cigars
Davidoff Cigar
here
Lounge.
in Tbilisi. These are the best we have. Where are these from? Tell us about it.
This is the first one.
So we're going to go and have fine dining, but for me, part of living like a king is you want to treat yourself every once in a while. As an Ohio boy, Georgia once had the world's largest Wendy's, and we're going to go in and just get a little bite on our way to the fine dining. Ori burgerevi, erti ar kaveli, otashvili lari. For $10,
They have
we get
Wendy's
two
in Georgia.
Junior Wendy's combo meals with fries and a drink. I guess you get your own drink. And an M&M Frosty. So we're here
Love
at
it.
Barbaristan, some of the best service you will get anywhere in Georgia. People say it deserves
Pretty
a Michelin
well-dressed fellow.
star. We're going to find out why. Andrew, I hear you're Andrea.
Andrea.
Pleasure.
Maka.
Maka.
I'm mother from.
Nice to meet you. Let's first talk about the service, though.
Right.
It's a family business. Everyone's involved, and you care. And there's passion,
right?
And people pick up on that.
Yes, this is, I think, one of the main soul and the idea and the spirit of our restaurant, because I'm mainly involved to receiving all the guests at Barbaristan, and our main idea was to not to differentiate the guests. Every guest is a gift from the God,
it's the Georgian
and
saying.
to give the experience, which should.
That's a good attitude with hospitality. Every guest is a gift from God. And if that's what you truly believe, that every guest, every client, every customer you have is a gift from God, you can bet that you'll be treated quite well. I love that. I love that attitude. It's on the level of Horst Schulz's philosophy with the Ritz-Carlton of we are ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's really just, it's a golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. If you have certain expectations as a client or a customer, then offer that to your clients and customers as well.
Be one of the memorable in our country, in Tbilisi, in Georgia.
Georgian cuisine is one of the most interesting to me in the world. Is this more traditional? Is this more modern?
So this book is our main Bible, which my father found it in a flea market in 2015, very suddenly. And afterwards we got an idea and a concept to create restaurant Barbarestan, because this cookbook was created by the Duchess of Barbara Georgiadze, who was the first feminist woman in Georgia, culinary writer, and created in 1874 first culinary cookbook, and which consists with around 900 unique Georgian recipes. We have revived more than 400 recipes for last, I would say, 8 years. My profession is butler, studying in International Butler Academy in Netherlands.
So that's what makes the service so great, is that international experience, the training, combined with this historical Georgian cuisine. That's a great combination.
It is. It's brilliant. It's, yeah. I mean, that level of service, studying to be a butler at an international academy in the Netherlands, and then reviving all these old traditional dishes, serving them up with a bit of a modern flair. Oh, yeah. That's a recipe for brilliance right there. Let's have a look.
You will experience the beautiful, fresh Georgian salad. When we do at home the nice Georgian tomato and cucumber salad, we dress it with sunflower oil, Cajetian vinegar, a lot of pepper, fresh seasonal herbs. And afterwards, we will also go through the Meskhetian cuisine, and we will experience the authentic Georgian tutmaji. This is one of the must experiences of our updated and new menu.
Hey, Matt, because you're the organizer and the license holder for TEDx in Tbilisi, and I did a talk last December. So you have is it Miss Caucasus?
Yes.
And so how does that work? It's a beauty pageant across the Caucasus, the South Caucasus?
I'm having girls from the Caucasian area. Whoever takes first place, we are going abroad for next beauty pageant.
We have Miss Indonesia coming to our event, Nomad Capitalist Live.
When?
In September in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah. And you're importing homeware brands.
Yes.
From US, UK.
UK, from Ukraine, Japan, from Hong Kong.
What does it say about Georgia to have all these brands coming for the first time? It must mean people have more money to spend. People want new products.
A lot of people are renovating houses, and also there is a high demand on this type of business. So that's why.
Well, you're the real estate expert. Is there a housing shortage? I mean, prices have gone up a lot.
Right now, shortages for lands in Tbilisi. There is a lot of companies who is coming to us, and they want to buy land, but we have no lands in Tbilisi.
This is
I'm going to go out into the country.
Serve you now the hot and refreshing.
I should like to invest in some of these businesses these people own.
Mazzoni and fresh vegetables. The idea and the history of this plate comes from Meskhetian region. We call it tutmaji, and authentically it is just freshly made dough with
traditional Georgian noodle and yogurt soup originating from Meskheti. Interesting. A noodle and yogurt soup. A friend of mine, Ninon, would probably go for something like that. She loves yogurt.
Mazzoni, a little bit of the onion and garlic. So we always say to our guests, if you want to remember what is the real Georgian flavor, this is one of the unique flavors which will remind you the Georgian gastronomy. Please, Mr. Henry. And we will serve also the beautiful chacha with the soup, and I highly recommend.
Chacha, Georgian grape pomace brandy, made with grape residue left after making wine. Interesting. So a soup served with a little shot of brandy.
Meant to have the small zip before you will have the soup, and the small zip after you will finish the soup to clean the palate.
All right. A toast to our meeting. Welcome to everyone. The best and the brightest Georgia has to offer. Kamarjo. So we end a beautiful day here in Tbilisi with a meal in one of the best restaurants in this region. You've taken a behind-the-scenes look at my home, at Nomad Capitalist Operations, but you've seen some of the places where people in Tbilisi want to hang out. You've heard from successful business people that this is a place you can come. And so, let's all raise a glass to living like a king in Georgia. Damarjos.
Love that. That gets a like. This is fascinating. Fascinating to me. And notice how you've got a lot of younger people. A lot of younger people in the video. Oh, and the women. My goodness. Georgian women, they are beautiful, aren't they? Let's see here. Oh, yes. You actually had a TED talk about this. And I shared this on the Costa Rexworth Discord. Let's see. We've been at this for. Let's do one more. We'll close out with this, and then we'll get to gameplay. But this was a good talk about the idea of going where you're treated best.
I was 12 years old. I was given one of the greatest gifts by my father. A lot of my friends were starting to have conversations with their parents. And they were told, one day you'll have to stay here and take care of us. And my father said, we don't believe it's your obligation to take care of us. You don't owe it to us. We owe it to you to make you empowered to do what you want.
It's different with different families and different cultures. And yes, it's the kind, noble, honorable thing to want to sort of give back and take care of one's parents in their twilight years. But even my parents have told me, look, we'll figure it out. You go and do what's best for you, Rex. If you feel that opportunity is calling you somewhere else in the world, then you go there. And you chase that opportunity. Don't worry about us. We'll be all right. We'll figure it out. I think that parents who sort of bank on that and live their lives with the sort of expectation that, no, my children will come back home and they will take care of me, that's not really fair to them, I don't think. And also, they might be setting themselves up for disappointment. And then where will they be? King Panzer, welcome in. Hello, hello. Good to see you.
My father said, the world is changing. It always is. He said, you don't have to stay in the same city, in the same U.S. state.
Nope.
Or in the same country.
Nope.
You should go where you're treated best.
If you were born somewhere and you're not happy where you're at, then part of reinventing yourself is going where you're treated best. If you believe you'd be happier somewhere else in the world, by all means go there. If you think a new life in America would be just what the doctor ordered, by all means go there. If you're like me, you see yourself more in places like Southeast Asia, maybe in Eastern Europe. But more so in Southeast Asia. If that's where you believe you'd be happy, go there. Don't think too much, don't plan too much, just get over there and figure it out. Because if you plan out so many things, eventually you run the risk of running into some sort of roadblock and using that as an excuse to talk yourself out of your destiny. Just get over there and figure it out along the way. That's my thinking.
This was a permission slip that I received. In a sense, go where you're treated best is the natural human reaction. We seek out pleasure, we avoid pain, but many of us don't always go where we're treated best. And many of those friends of mine felt restricted, that they couldn't live the lives they wanted to because they had obligations based on what society told them they were supposed to do. The writer Megan Drahim says we should root for the home team. Go to your local stadium, go to your arena, rub elbows with 40,000 people who live nearby you, build the camaraderie of being next to people from down the street, people who were born in the same place. I always ask myself, why don't we go to stadiums and rub elbows with people who share our values, not based on where we're from, not based on people telling us we share values, but based on we want to start a business together, or we share a common cause, or whatever the reason. And we do that.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be geographic location. It can be similar philosophies, or similar desires, similar goals and dreams. Just made my first meat pumpkin. That sounds like a lot of meat, Panzer, but hope it went well.
But the one thing that we're told we're not supposed to question is, don't question the home team. Go Where You're Treated Best says it's okay to question rooting for the home team. It says that for you to accomplish everything that you want, for you to be the most productive and give the most to the world, you have to be in a place and you have to be around people that share your values. Those people may not be where you are. I believe it's a...
Yeah. So it behooves you to go where you can find those people. If the home team's not doing so well, and it's been something where they have consistently been in decline, maybe it's time that you find a different home team. Maybe it's time to find a different home team to root for. You don't owe that home team anything. You don't owe them anything. If anything, they owe you. Pumpkin stuffed with ground beef. Huh. I'm having a hard time imagining what that would taste like, Panzer, but hopefully it tastes good.
Mathematical improbability that the place that each of us are from would be the best at almost anything, let alone everything. It's almost an uncertainty that where we're from is the best at absolutely everything. And yet, it's the one thing that you're not supposed to challenge. You're not supposed to have competition from where you're from. We're told, don't go out and look for a better deal. We're told the people where you're from, that's your identity.
To say don't go out and look for a better deal, that seems to almost go against human nature. And whether they want to acknowledge it or not, there is competition going on between the different home teams, as it were. Is good. Okay, well, very good. Yeah, even if you don't want to acknowledge it, there's a competition going on. And it's one of those things where you either stay competitive and dynamic, or you're going to get left behind.
And it's not human nature at all. If you go to a restaurant, you expect good service.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to a shop, you expect a good deal, or else you don't buy there. And even in human relationships, you get together because of shared interests. You get together because of shared values.
Why should I submit to being ripped off or taken advantage of? What, because it's somehow my patriotic duty? No. Fuck you. I don't consent to being taken advantage of. I don't consent to being ripped off. And I certainly don't buy into this nonsensical view that somehow it's my patriotic duty to do so. And that just sounds like manipulation to me.
You get together because of common respect, But there are boundaries in those relationships. And if at some point those interests and those values and those boundaries change, the relationship may change. You shouldn't stay in a relationship that's abusive, that doesn't serve your needs just because that's what you're supposed to do. And yet how many people do? And how many people do that in their relationships with where they're from, even though they know there are other places where they can go. What's interesting where I'm from in the United States is you've seen for years stories of people moving from California to Florida, California to Texas. I happen to think that many of those people would find more of what they're looking for moving to California to somewhere in another country. But we're told,
yeah, if you're going to move,
you're going to move, stay in the own country. Okay, that we can live with. But they move from California to Texas because the taxes are too high, because the government isn't competitive enough. There's too much crime. There's too many regulations. They can't run their business. And so they go to Texas. But more recently, I'm seeing people from Texas are going to California now. Is it because Texas now has so much higher taxes and has so much higher crime? No. They're different people who have different needs. They don't feel that their values are respected in Texas. And to them, California is the panacea. And so they go where they're treated best.
Honestly, if your values are in California, I'd question what your values are. It's like, maybe we need to have a reevaluation of your values. Because frankly, California values to me are just, yeah, I just, that seems so alien to me. Just seems absolutely alien to me. But I mean, hey, it's your life. You can do what you want, I guess.
But in each of these circles, people have this idea that, well, you shouldn't, challenge that this is the right path. California is bad. But obviously California is a good place for some people. And this idea of individuality is somehow frowned upon, that we're not supposed to go somewhere different. We're not supposed to do something different. This is good, this is bad. And I want to talk to you about three concepts, how you can go where you're treated best, how you can realize that everybody has their own unique interests, and that only when you're truly aligned with those can you achieve your highest purpose. For me, I identified for the first 33 years of my life as an American by a matter of chance, geographical randomness. And yet, when I decided to give up that citizenship a number of years ago, there were people where I'm from who got angry, who said that's not a good thing to do.
Why?
And I said, if we all go where we're treated best, we'll feel perfectly comfortable with the people who want to do what I did. They want to go to California, they want to go to Texas. Everyone has their own set of options, and we can all respect that each of us, not because we're rooting for the home team in the same stadium, but because we have shared values, and that's the arena we should be in.
It wasn't suiting his interests to remain in the United States. And so Andrew Henderson here became, I think, a resident or citizen of Georgia. I know he became a citizen via investment in St. Lucia. But that's what was best for his life. So what's the problem? What, you think he's somehow unpatriotic if he renounces his U.S. citizenship and just doesn't want anything to do with the United States anymore? Okay, that's your opinion. He obviously does not share your standards of patriotism. It's like there's no use arguing with some people about what is hypocritical and what is not, because they obviously don't care about your standards of hypocrisy. So the idea that you're going to guilt or shame them into accepting those standards and adhering to those standards, it's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. Andrew Henderson is a successful and wealthy enough individual that he does not really need to care what other people think. Even if he weren't wealthy and successful, he still doesn't have to care what other people think. He's doing what's best for him. just as you need to do what's best for you. And being in another part of the world where things are more affordable, where quality of life is better, where you can have some semblance of peace, and just be sort of left alone to live your life, well, then I think you should take those opportunities, whatever they might be.
Are going to make our own choices, and we want to be with people who are going to inspire us to be the best that we can be. But we're going to talk about identity, we're going to talk about mobility, and we're going to talk about optionality. Where I was born in the United States, the randomness was that I was born and identified as an American by being born on the one side of the lake. And in the grand scheme of the entire world, a small number of kilometers separated my identity being American from the fact that it could have been Canadian, just on the other side of the lake. Two countries that aren't entirely dissimilar, again, in the scheme of things. But imagine what could have been different. A different reputation when traveling, different business conditions at home and when traveling, different upbringing, different people you'd meet. Your life could be entirely different being Canadian versus being American, even though, again, the countries are relatively similar. And so I looked at that randomness. I looked at the mathematical probability, the idea that where I'm from is the best. And I looked at this town of Cleveland. There's a certain humility, there's a humbleness in Cleveland. Part of it, that's just perhaps the identity of that part of the country, that part of the world. But part of it is, in Cleveland in particular, if you ask some Americans, or if they ask you, where are you from? You say, I'm from Cleveland. They might say, I'm sorry to hear that. And people in Cleveland, so many, they almost adopt that as their ethos. Yeah, we're kind of sorry too. I grew up my entire childhood hearing people in the neighborhood, seeing people on the radio and television saying, we'd love to leave, the jobs aren't good, the weather's terrible, why aren't we here? But we're planted here. A sort of defeatism. We can't go anywhere else. We can't go where we're treated best. We were here.
That's bullshit, though. That's nonsense. Okay, you planted it. You don't have to stay there. Even something that's planted can be uprooted. You know everything that things are bad there, but you don't do anything about it? It's like, what? You just want to hear the sound of your own voice as you bitch and moan about your bad circumstances in life. That's a waste of oxygen. That's a waste of energy. For yourself and for others who have to suffer through hitting all of that. Oh, it sucks where I'm at. Well, fucking do something about it. Get up and go somewhere. Figure it out. Oh, well, it's, not so easy. I've got to do this, 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 and this, and I've got this obligation and that. That's all excuses, man. That's all excuses. In the end, that all just amounts to excuses. You're just making excuses for yourself. If you really wanted to do something about it, you would do something about it. But you're not. You're making excuses. Stop making excuses for yourself. Get up and fucking do something about it. And stop complaining. You're not doing yourself any more favors. You're just reinforcing your misery. And no one has time for that. I certainly don't.
It wasn't our choice. We don't get a choice in the matter.
Yes, you do.
This is a city where one year the professional football team won 0 games. People kept rooting for the home team. That's
Why?
what you do.
They're terrible.
And yet I saw people almost
Anywhere else in the world, football clubs, for example. In the United Kingdom and Europe, if they do that badly, they get dissolved. They get shut down. Entire staff gets fired. Everything gets liquidated. And yet somehow, with professional American sports teams, they're still given money to keep going. Now you tell me how that works. How is that possibly working for anyone? I'm sure it's providing a steady paycheck for the coaches, for the staff, for the players. But how is something like that doing anyone any good? You can't win a single game. You may as well just shut down, start again, start up a new organization. Maybe this time get some people who actually know a thing or two about winning.
Absorbing that approach of what can we do? We're just people who don't win. The home team here doesn't win. We're stuck. And how many people never accomplished what they could accomplish because they bought into that ethos? They may defend it as saying, well, our identity is we're from this country and it's the best. They may have nothing to back that up, but it's the one thing they have, while they're defending the fact that this identity of their own can't be changed. Then you travel around. I've been to countries all around the world where they almost go to the opposite. You say, hey, you're doing this really well. What if we fix this over here? And people get angry because they have a sense of pride about where they're from that covers up the fact that maybe there's some things that they'd like to have, but they're lacking.
A sense of pride in something that's broken. That's just as foolish. Someone brings in an outside perspective and say, hey, you know, we can actually make some improvements here on this, and here's how you can do it. And they don't want to hear it. Because why? Oh, well, this is how it's always been. Okay, well, how it's always been obviously isn't working for you, so why not fix it? Oh, that would mean you have to get up off your ass and do something about it, and it would deprive you of something to complain about. There's something I've noticed about human nature, chat. There's a lot of people in this world that love to complain about things, but they don't actually want to do anything about it because it would deprive them of something they want to complain about. Because I guess they like the attention of something, or the sympathy that it brings them, the clout of complaining. Easier to complain and to do performative protests, moaning and whinging about something, rather than actually fixing the problem. Well, it seems like you get more flack for trying to fix something than you do if you were to just do performative protests and complaining and whinging. People love the attention that they get from complaining. I'd rather do something about it. I'd rather try and fix a problem rather than sitting about and complaining.
But that's not how we do things here, they say. That's not how blank people operate. If you don't like it, why are you here? And so they go to the opposite direction. And I see as people, they want to accomplish more. They think, oh, maybe we'll elect certain politicians. Maybe they'll solve the problem, not realizing that the geographical identity that defines the culture of the people there dictates, in many cases, what they accomplish, whatever you define success as. And yet, in many of these countries, you'll find people who are the so-called black sheep. We hire people all around the world, and they'll say, I'm not the normal fill in the blank. I'm not your standard fill in the blank country. Because they want you to know that they don't necessarily subscribe to, that's how we do things here. And yet, while some of them have moved, many of them haven't. They felt, in a sense, planted because the geographical identity they were given was too strong for them to overcome. They didn't want to go where they were treated best. They wanted to stay somewhere, not able to affect change, not able to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. And I asked myself, how many black sheep are there around the world? I had a friend from Germany say, our goal here is go to school, get a good degree, get a job at a big corporation, BMW, Siemens. If that's what you want to do, that's great. But how many people were the black sheep who didn't want that, who because they bought into the geographical identity, I can't move, I can't change, this is who we are, this is how we do things, never accomplished what they wanted?
Yeah, that just, to me, always sounds stifling. I mean, yeah, there's some comfort and security in working for a big company. Steady paycheck. But how much growth are you going to find there? For some people, they find as much growth as they need or as they want. I always found more growth and opportunity in the smaller enterprises. And sometimes even in the enterprises that I myself had a hand in starting up.
Meanwhile, the book Geography of Bliss, you read that Iceland, one of the happiest countries in the world, despite the Nordic countries have some the lowest levels of patriotism, there's a lack of that geographic identity where instead it is, you're okay to fail. Parents teach their kids, even adult kids, go try poetry for a year. If that doesn't work out, you'll open a cafe. If that doesn't work out, you'll do something else. Keep trying.
I love that attitude. Too many cultures in the West are too obsessed to the point of neurosis on success that failure is not an option. And that if you fail, somehow there's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you, it just didn't work out. If it doesn't work out, try something else. Keep trying until you succeed. There is nothing wrong with admitting that you need to adjust course, to try something new. That is not a failure on your part. That is an exercise of wisdom. If this doesn't work out, try something else. If that doesn't work out, try something else still. You keep going until you find what works. I mean, take the idea of the light bulb. It took Edison and his team, like 100, maybe 1,000 times trying to find the right formula for the filament light bulb. They kept failing over and over and over again. Modern society would have told them just give up. But they kept going. The inventor of the beverage 7-Up. That name comes from the fact that it took them 7 times to perfect that formula. At one point it was called 5-Up. At one point it was 6-Up. Finally, when they got to 7-Up, they hit on the formula that works, the one that tasted the best. Modern society would have told them after 5-Up, just give up. You're not going to figure it out. You're a failure. There's something wrong with you. No, they persisted. It's like, okay, 5-Up didn't quite work out. Let's try it again. Let's reinvent this whole thing. They came up with 6-Up. Got a bit closer. It was like, no, not quite. But then they finally hit on pay dirt with 7-Up. It didn't work out with 5-Up, so they tried again with 6-Up. 6-Up didn't quite work out either. Try again with 7-Up. Hey, that's the hit. They just needed to adjust course. They just needed to do a bit of jiggery-pokery with the formula. But they finally did it. It was never giving up completely, but it was a changing of the course. And it's okay to alter course if the direction you're going on is not working out for you. That's not a reflection of anything bad or negative on you. It's just a realizing that we just need to alter some tactics here. We need to change up the strategy. We'll get to where we need to go eventually. But we need to exercise some wisdom here to realize and assess what is working and what is not working, and make adjustments accordingly.
And so that brings me to mobility. There's so many people that aren't getting everything they need from where they're from, because we're taught that you have to get everything from one place. And what Go Where You're Treated Best says is, be mobile, not just yourself. You can move, and many people should. Again, there's a randomness to where we were born, but perhaps you go and make friends, or employees, or business contacts, or whatever it is in some other country, and you have a sense of mobility where you're learning what happens in other places. What mobility in my mind does is it creates a friction that builds self-awareness, because you're exploring other places, you're detaching yourself increasingly from an identity that may not serve you, and you're seeing what you might not see in your own country, different cultures, and they do things in different ways, and you're seeing it right up in front of you. And it builds a self-awareness of, this person isn't the black sheep. They don't not know how we do it. This is someone in another country, and maybe we can take the best of what works here. And there are places that take the best of what works, and those are the places that are thriving, not places that say, here's how we do it, and we don't want to change. I met a gentleman from Nicaragua a couple years ago.
Be open to new ideas.
Nicaraguan passport, pretty strong passport. He can travel really all over the world, except to one place that his culture tells him is the place to go if you want opportunity. That country he needs a visa for, and that country doesn't easily give out visas to people like him. It's the United States.
Yeah. There's a lot of passports out there, a lot of citizenships, where you get visa-free travel to a lot of different countries. But more than likely, you are not going to get that to the United States. A bit ironic that the head of the empire that believes in invading the world and inviting the world is all of a sudden quite reticent to start handing out tourist and business visas to people that genuinely want to come to the United States to work and build a good life for themselves.
He told me that's the one place we all want to go. I've seen that. I talked to so many Mexicans now after Donald Trump, they all want to go to Canada. Successful people, even as they're trying to escape the geographical identity and go where they're treated best, want to go to the same place. And I told him, I said, there's an incredible niching down of mobility options today. It used to be there were a couple of different places. But as my father told me, the world changes. Places that weren't available 25 years ago are available now.
Yep.
And so a place like Dubai, where one of the wealthiest men in Dubai once told me, he said, there's just a feeling of people who want to work here. They want to build their identity. You have non-judgmental countries now that want to welcome the businessman from Nicaragua to come.
Yeah, that's an atmosphere of, I don't know how to describe it, sort of a moving and shaking sort of attitude. An optimism to want to build something. I don't really see that in the United States, the United Kingdom, or most of the Western world anymore. Spectre, hello, welcome in. I don't see that can-do spirit anymore. You see that more in developing countries, in frontier markets. It's a pity, but that just seems to be the way it is. That's the vibe that I'm getting. Quite lucky. Want to know why? Loaded up my Pokemon Ultra Moon game after not touching it for 7 months, and guess what? Did you capture a rare Pokemon, Spectre? I do one random ultra wormhole and found a shiny Pokemon. Ah, a Regice. Interesting. It appear that is your lucky day, Spectre. Well done. Legendary Pokemon, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I sort of lost track after the first 150 Pokemon. Droid, hello. Thank you for the redeeming of not first, also hi. Hello. And it's on the week after my birthday. Not bad. Nice little belated birthday present there. Well done.
They don't care where you're from. Do you have grit? Do you have hustle? Do you want to start something? Do you have an income? Please come and build this. That wasn't there 25 or 50 years ago. But we're seeing an incredible niching down of opportunities. Places you can go. If you want to be in AI, there'll be a place that'll be the place for that. They want innovators. They don't want to just tolerate you. They will welcome you. If you're in crypto, there's places for that. If you want great...
Yeah. There's some crypto offerings, initial coin offerings that are not being offered to American investors and no one from Western countries. They're keeping it strictly in the East or whatever it is. And for as much as everyone's up in arms about AI, you can bet that there's going to be some country or some market where they have zero qualms about growing AI and using it for whatever purposes they may have in mind. In the view of that particular market or country, the ethical and flexibility of more heritage nations will allow them to make progress in areas that the older lot refuse to consider. My game must have been like, so we heard that last week was your birthday. Here, take this off us. It's always a good thing when that happens.
Great weather. If you want low taxes, whatever it is. And what you can do is you can pick and choose different options. I want this and I want that. And rather than trying to build where you're from into a place that the people there may not share those values, you can go to the place where that already exists and you can create an identity of choice, not one that was merely given to you.
Yeah. You can build your own lifestyle. You can pick and choose. And go where you'll find what it is that you desire, or what you need, or what you want. Don't try to force it. Don't try to shoehorn it into whatever it is you're at. If you're not finding it where you're at, go where you're going to find it.
You can find the place that you want that already exists somewhere else. You can go there and you can create an incredible self-awareness by improving everything that you're doing in your life. Where does what I want already exist? It may not be in a place that you've heard much about, but the world changes. Optionality is important. This is not about just moving to one country. You might want to meet the love of your life. Where is it you're going to find that person? Is it likely that the love of your life lives down the block and the entire scope of the world? With all the different interests that people have, is it really so likely the way we've always done it? You've got incredible optionality. And imagine everything in your life is a puzzle piece. It doesn't have to be just starting a business. It doesn't have to be where you live. Every single thing in your life is a puzzle piece. Where's the matching puzzle piece?
People bash passport bros all the time for daring to go to some other country to find a girlfriend, find a wife. They're just going where they're treated best. That's all they're doing at the end of the day. They're not finding what they need, want, or desire in their home countries. So they're going where they think they will find it. and the people in their home countries have the nerve, the unmitigated gall, to get angry at them about that. How dare you try to improve your lot in life? How dare you try and find happiness? Don't you know you're supposed to stay down in the muck with us and be miserable just like the rest of us? Well, no, they don't want to be miserable anymore. They want to be happy. And if it takes escaping from the West to find some semblance of happiness, then they're going to take it. And they really don't care what any of you think. Because it's their life and it's their choice. They're doing what works best for them, in the service of their own self-interest.
They don't have to be in different places. You can have different puzzle pieces matching up around the world. And so the places that those puzzle pieces might match up. My ancestors 100 years ago, some of them moved to the US 150 years ago. The Nicaraguan businessman is no longer welcome there, but he is welcome in Dubai, he is welcome in Singapore, he's welcome in Georgia, he's welcome in a lot of other countries around the world. He has more optionality than ever because there's more places than ever. There's more opportunities to take your puzzle pieces in different places around the world and say, you may not be the best at everything, but I know you're the best at this. And if we can just learn from each other, we can build something that's better. That's why the places that are open and that do want to welcome you and not just tolerate you, they're the ones that are learning who's best at this, who's best at that. How do we bring the best of everything together? We'll never be perfect, but we want to strive to be better. There are more options than ever. You can increasingly choose from the buffet. And you can, again, you can go to a country, if you spend 5 to 10 years there, you can adopt an identity of choice. You can become a citizen of many countries. But don't identify just because this is where I was planted. More than ever, the world is no longer, I was born here, I went to school here, my friends are here, I get married here, I live here, I work here, I do business here, I invest here, I save here, all my money's in the bank, everything I do is here. I don't know about those other places. It wasn't that long ago, in a country like the United States, I mean, just nobody you know would not be American. Nobody in Georgia would not be Georgian. It's incredibly open now. We have to embrace that and take advantage of all the good things that each different place has to offer us to build our optionality.
You've got choices, chat. You've got more choices now than any generation that came before you. Truly, this is one of the good and sort of unsung benefits of globalization, is that you have choices. The globalization and interconnectedness of the world has opened the door to so many other opportunities now that previous generations they couldn't even dream of. It's on you to seize them. They're there, waiting for you.
And so if the movie Midnight in Paris attacked the idea that perhaps there's nostalgia in thinking we were born in the wrong time, I would posit that it's much more likely that we were born or we're doing things in the wrong place. So we can't control when we were born, and we can't control the year in which we live.
He's quite right. But you do have control over where you are right now and where you want to be. We've got no control over time. We don't get to pick what era we're born in. But we do have at least some say as to where we want to be in terms of a physical location.
But we can control living intentionally, making choices based on what is the best, detaching ourselves from dogma, And by doing all that, we can improve our lives, improve the lives of those around us, improve the contribution we make to the world, and we can truly, intentionally go where you're treated best. Thank you.
I already gave that a like. That was good. That was really good. I think that's enough video reacts. I mean, love of my life depends which one. One's in America, one's in Denmark. I almost think I know what sort of game I'd like to play. I'm sort of in the mood to play a game, but not really. Actually, I'm more hungry than anything else. I should eat dinner. I skipped lunch. I know I'd never hear the end of it from some of you if I didn't go eat. And Mum's preparing dinner right now, so... enjoy your food, good sir. See? Called it. Why not do Supermarket Simulator? I think that would make me more... I think that would make me more hungry, Spectre. Plus, we've been at this for about 4 hours. Yes, go fucking eat. Yeah. Alright then. I think we'll call it a day here. Honestly, the only thing I really feel like doing is grinding a bit on Yakuza 0. Thursday's stream for Sway felt like kind of a bit of a grind session, and I don't think it was quite as entertaining as I thought it should be. I didn't feel like that one went as well as I would have liked. I mean, it was still a fairly decent stream, but I just felt like there was just too much grinding. And when there's grinding involved, me personally, I prefer to do that offline. But yeah, let's see. Oh, that's right, it's False ID's birthday. And he's got himself a new model. New models all round. Let's find someone that we can raid. Got it. Action Bastard. Playing 9 Souls. I was going to play some of the games that he had gifted me, but yeah, I'm hungry, and we'll do that another time. So we can probably do that tomorrow. Between that and Phoenix Wright, we've got plenty to work with here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go join Action Bastard for 9 Souls. Looks like a really fun game. Got some cool animated vibes to it. There we go. Raid created. Copy pasta posted. There we go. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining me for Just Chatting and Video Reacts. Didn't quite get to any gameplay, but we'll get to that tomorrow. Probably have some more videos that we can react to. Might do a shorter segment of that. And yeah, look for that to be posted to YouTube in the form of highlights. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. Yeah, that's it. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I'm Lord Rexworth. I wish you all the best, and God bless.